Luscious lychees, mangoes, and cultural heritage. Clean, clear, tree-lined avenues, warm, welcoming people. Rajshahi, situated at the banks of the Padma River, stands as one of the most serene and scenic urban gems in Bangladesh. It's been a series full of drama, nerves, and excitement. Bangladesh emerging drew the first blood in a nail-biting opener, while South Africa emerging struck back in game number 2, another thrilling contest. Conor Esterhuizen, Andile Mohakane, Dean Forrester did it with the bat, but it was 𝗂𝗎𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 the cool 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 scored a brilliant 100 along with Zishan Alam's 50 at the top, but it was not enough for the home team. So it all comes down to this for the final showdown of South Africa Emerging Tour of Bangladesh 2025 for the third one-day between Bangladesh Emerging and South Africa Emerging. We are welcoming you live from Shahid Kamruzzaman Stadium in Rajshahi. Both teams have arrived already in the stadium this morning. First up, the home team, looking well rested, relaxed, absolutely focused for the all-important series decider. They know it is not gonna be easy for them. And the visiting South Africa Emerging team, they already know what's waiting for them in the middle. They know the opponent, the hostile conditions, but they also know how to overcome these. It's been a hard-fought series so far. Bangladesh won the first one by 3 wickets with just 2 balls to spare, and South Africa Emerging showed their character by bouncing back in the second one, won by just 10 runs, leaving the series in hanging in balance at 1-all. And today, we are all set for the series decider. Tension, passion, preparation. Both sides know what's at stake. It is the final game. One last fight for glory when no one wants to be defeated. 2 games down, 1 to go. The series is on a knife's edge. Individual brilliance, close finishes. This has been a battle of nerve, skill and belief. Will it be a home series win for Bangladesh Emerging, or can South Africa Emerging spoil the party for the home team? While getting ready for the action, first let's get down to the center where Shahid Rabbani is having a closer look at the pitch and the conditions.
Well, for the all-important match, the pitch that was used in the first game is being reused. However, there are some slight changes in what was a very high-scoring affair. If you look at this pitch, it's got plenty of grass, but most of it is dead grass, as you can see by the color. This is some live grass. And if you come to this end, which is the media end, there are a few cracks that might widen up, and also some of the grass comes off, so this might take turn as the match progresses. On that end though, that looks a beauty, that looks a belter of a wicket. So we expected runs in the first game, there were more runs scored in the second match, there might be runs scored here as well. Now the dimensions of the ground, it's pretty similar. All across it's 70, only on this end it's 65. That means from the media end to my right and on this side it's 65 meters. Whoever wins the toss might decide to bowl first, but batting first won't be a bad decision either.
Thank you so much, Shahid. That surface looks like it has a bit of everything. And with the series on the line, the captains will have a tough call to make. Time now to go down again to find out what the captains are thinking. Alif Tasnim is out there with them and the match referee.
It's that time of the match when the coin is all set to go up. At the center, I'm joined by 2 captains from 2 sides. George van Heerden, the skipper of South Africa Emerging. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, the skipper of Bangladesh Emerging. And last of all, the match referee, Mr. Salim Shahid. Who's got the coin? Go for the flick. Heads is the call from George, and it's gone a long way. It's head. So George wins the toss and decides to?
We'll have a bowl first.
The reasons for it?
I think it rained overnight, so we're hoping that there's going to be a bit of moisture in the wicket and that we can make the most of the conditions this morning, and hopefully it flattens out a bit later like it has done in the first 2 games.
Well, the last game, of course, was a learning curve and a great comeback for you as well. So, of course, hoping to end the series with a victory.
Yeah, I think obviously both the first two games we've learned a lot from. I think we're trying to take those learnings and rectify the mistakes that we've made in both of the first two games. I think the Bangladesh team's been able to put us under a bit of pressure, which has been good from us and helped us learn it quickly in these conditions. But yeah, looking forward to the third match today. I think both teams will be eager to try and get out there and take the win.
Any changes?
Yeah, we've got 3 changes. I can't remember them right now, but we've got 3 changes, yeah.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Akbar, I'm happy to bat first.
We would have bowled first, but yeah, still it's good wicket, so we just need to act properly.
Right, the last encounter was a cliffhanger, but you had to lose it. So what went wrong actually?
I think we are on the top until 45th over, but again, it's a game of momentum. It's momentum shifts changes so quickly. So I think we just need to be proactive all the time.
How many runs you were looking to post on the board?
I guess looking at the wicket, I will definitely want to score 280.
All the best.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre, South Africa Emerging has won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Well, South Africa, they want to bowl first, and no surprise in that decision with the overnight rain and slightly overcast conditions. So definitely the quick bowlers want to use that. As we can see already, the openers of Bangladesh Emerging out in the middle, changing the opening pair. Jishan Alam is not in the middle. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan has been given the responsibility to open along with Mahfizul Alam Robin.
Ball coming left. You want square leg? Left come over. Sorry, Malt. Sorry.
Mahfizul Islam Robin. 2 games, 97 runs in this series so far. Top score of 87 coming in the first game. Slightly overcast conditions. Definitely the pace bowlers will be licking their lips to have a ball on the surface. So the stage is set. Overcast above, and cricket fans, you are in for another classic as the first ball is on the way. Just outside off stump, and Robin lets it go. Van Vuren making a comeback in this game. He was rested in the second one day. South Africa Emerging. What a game they have enjoyed in the second one day. On both occasions in the first 2 games, they batted first, and this time around, they will be the team to enjoy these conditions. Clear call of no. It's weekend here in Bangladesh, Friday, weekly holiday. As the first power play is going on, we can see there is a deep fine leg and a, deep third man and a deep square leg in position for Van Vuren. Fuller length delivery. Still no runs on the board. Three dot balls on the trot. Van Vuren. There is a slip in place. Oh, beautifully bowled. on the money with the angle, natural one from the left arm pacer coming over the wicket. 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀 definitely beaten on that occasion, but he got that covered, not too away from his body. Also the bottom hand coming off the handle, that shows his intentions of playing with the softer hands. Five dot balls. This is good over so far. Van Vuren played the first game, as we said. He bowled 7 overs, 7.4 overs to be exact. Couldn't pick up a wicket. Gave away 56 runs. Maiden to start the proceedings. Bangladesh emerging none for none. The playing 11s. Akbar Ali, Pritam Kumar making a comeback again. Ariful Islam, Chowdhury Mohammad Rizwan, Mahfizul Islam Robin, Mahfizul Rabbi, Maruf Mridha, Parvez Jivan, Rakibul Hassan once again. He is back in this side. Ryan Rafsan and Wasi Siddiqui. On the other hand, Van Heerden captaining the side for South Africa emerging. Prince will be given the responsibility with the gloves behind the stumps, as Zuma is not in the 11 today. Mokoena, Kobani Mokoena, one of the stars in the second one-day, where he picked up 3 wickets for 52, and those crucial last overs he bowled along with Similane won South Africa the game. Coming from the media end, Kobani Mokoena. Starts with a wide. That's been one area of concern for the South Africa bowlers. They gave away 29 and 31 extra runs in the first 2 games. Beautifully bowled. Coming back sharply. Untidy work from the slip fielder, but fantastic running between the wicket. Very good call from Mahfizul Islam Robin. He was at the non-striking end, spotted the opportunity to pick up the single. So first 2 runs have come through extras, 1 wide and 1 leg ball. Extra bounce from Mokoena. That was expected from this end, to be very honest. We saw Ripon Mondal extracting some extra bounce from this end in the last game.
Leg. Center.
Mahfizul Islam Robin on strike. None of the batters so far could go off the mark. A deep square leg. And fine leg up in the circle from Mokoena. That's the line you want to bowl. South Africa will enjoy today the conditions, at least for now. The sun is not out yet. Slightly overcast conditions with a rain last night. The conditions has eased up a bit for the players. We saw these South African players struggling, especially in the second game. It was the hottest so far in this series. But they showed their character by adjusting to that hostile conditions. They are not used to these hot and humid conditions. Excellent from Mokoena. Robin was playing for the in-swinging delivery, but that ball went straight, beating the outside edge. As we can say, yes, Robin a bit tentative as well, whether to go on the front foot or wait on the back foot, a bit away from the body. Ball on a fuller length this time. So despite opening the over with and wide and the conceding a leg by in the following delivery, Mokoena has found his right line and length. Definitely will want to finish well. The last delivery of this over, the second one. Short and wide. Couldn't put it away. Robin misses out. After 2 for no loss. Bangladesh emerging.
Right heel leg stump. Center, correct.
Two for no loss. Both batters yet to get off the mark. One wide and one leg by so far. Van Vuren will continue with a slip. Oh, almost that slip was in action. It was a loose shot from Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan. As we welcome Shanur Rabani in the com box. Good morning, Shanur.
A very good morning to everyone who is watching us here in T Sports all across the globe, and also a very warm welcome to everyone that is in the stadium. It's not as warm today, slightly overcast. During my pitch report, I did mention bowling first won't be a bad option. Neither would batting first, but it has gotten a lot gloomier since then. And hence the South African captain, George van Heerden, has chosen to bowl first. So far, the South African emerging team, the bowlers are backing up what the captain has decided. Van Heerden was the pick of the bowlers in the first match. Got a rest in the second, back again for the third. Looking very good. But at the same time, for the Bangladesh openers, Rizwan, who's been brought up the order, and Robin, they're hanging in there. And that's what you gotta do. Watch off the early seam and swing movement. Make sure that you hang in there. Wait for the bad balls. On this occasion, again, a very good delivery. Extra bounce and pace. Van Vuren perhaps the fastest of the lot as far as the South African emerging bowlers are concerned. A slip in place for Rizwan. 3 inside the circle on the offside, 2 on the onside. Behind the square, there is a short fine. interestingly, there is a deep square leg and a deep third that allows Van Vuuren the option to bowl slightly short, perhaps on middle and leg as well, give the batter the opportunity to swing his arms and play that pull or hook shot, get that fielder at the deeper position in action. Now that's over the top. The fielder is in action. And just as I mentioned, Rizwan has to depart. He's gone without scoring. And he's thinking to himself, where the heck did that fielder come from? How did the ball go so fine? But that was a short ball. The trap was set in place. Van Vuuren, he gets the first blood for South Africa emerging. And it's that of Chaudhary Rizwan, who was brought up the order. Generally, he's a top order batter. Coming in place of Zishan Alam, who's not playing in this match due to a suspension. And yeah, he is happy, he is elated. He knows a plan has come together to perfection. Rizwan gone without troubling the scorers. Bangladesh emerging 2 for 1.
এটা off চলে গেছে সেন্টার আরো slightly that's it
Wow,
Center.
what a start for South Africa emerging team. Rizwan, you can
One
see
was to come,
he lost his grip of the bat, one hand coming off, and that is where he could not generate the power it required to go over the fence, and carried only till the boundary line fielder. South Africa, what a start they got. Ryan Rafsan Ahmed given an opportunity again in this game, failed in the first one. Beautifully bowled, shaped away from the left-hand batter. A maiden wicket for Van Vuuren after 3, 2 for 1, Bangladesh emerging.
Set. He's coming to the covers.
Two forced changes for both teams. For Bangladesh, Zishan Alam missing out. He's been suspended for a game. Had an altercation with the player of the match from South Africa emerging, Andile Similane, who also has been suspended by the match referee Salim Shahid. Big misses for both teams.
Kokoena continuing from the media end. What a start, South Africa emerging. And we were talking about this, that the quick bowlers, they will enjoy these light overcast conditions. It was raining last night. Not too hot out there. Pleasant conditions for playing cricket. They had a more hostile weather in the second game, but they overcame every challenge through their way. Mahfizul Islam Robin played a match-winning knock of 87 of 89 in the first one. They failed in the second one. Today yet to get off the mark.
Both the openers, in fact, that's one area where they really struggled. Played a lot of dot balls, and in the end, you can see that pressure releasing shot resulted in a wicket. What Zishan Alum allowed Bangladesh Emerging to do is he was scoring runs freely from one end, so it allowed the other batters to really take their time and get set. That's not there this time. They don't have the option, and look at that, they're looking for singles where there aren't runs. Robin, he top scored in the first match, didn't really score much in the second, but he can play. Unfortunately for Robin and Rafsan, they're both slow starters. They like to take their time, get set, and then play their shots. So for Bangladesh Emerging, it's not an easy situation to be in, especially during the power play overs where you want to take advantage of the field restrictions.
Well directed bouncer from Mokoena. A quicker one as well. Robin definitely very keen to spend some time out in the middle. Crowd started to come in. Let's have a look at it again. Testing the middle of the pitch. Got good height. The direction was good as well. On the verge of another maiden, Mokoena. And he got it after 4 overs have been bowled. Bangladesh Emerging. They have 2 for 1 on the board.
Take a look at that lineup. Akbar Ali, the captain, leading from the front. Prithom is back in the 11. Ariful is there. Rizwan opening the innings and he got out. Robin is still there. Mahfuzur Rabbi, Maruf Mridha, 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 Rakibul Rafsan, who's also in the middle, along with Wasi Siddiq. That is the Bangladesh 11. As Van Vuren continues.
Has bowled 2 overs. Both of them were maidens from Van Vuren. He was rested in the second game, Shahnur. Now making up for that, also were wicketless. He was wicketless in the first one.
Yeah, but you can see he's got quality about him. The pace he's bowling at, the lines and lengths he's hitting, bowling according to his field.
First runs of the bat, flicked excellently well and goes for a boundary. Ryan Rafsan off the mark.
That's called a commentator's curse right there. I'm building up the bowler and immediately he bowls one down the leg side, and the next thing you know, he's been hit for a boundary. Ryan Rafsan, yes, he's early in his crease, he's early in his innings, but won't miss out on this occasion. Yeah, easy as you like. Simple pickings for him. As the ball trickles away to the boundary. First runs off the bat.
Slightly hesitant from the umpire, but finally he called it a wide. Probably he was thinking whether the ball passed the wide line already or it was on the line. I think finally it was a good call, Shahnur.
Yeah, it's a good call. It looked pretty wide, and as far as Van Vuren is concerned, that's an area where South Africa Emerging have struggled. Lots of wides, lots of no balls.
Yes, the numbers are not looking good in terms of extras in this series. 29 in the first one and 31 in the second.
So exactly 60 extras given in the 2 games. 60 extra deliveries they've had to bowl, 60 extra runs they've given. Not to mention the runs that have been scored off the free hits when they've bowled no balls.
Is the conditions, Shahnur? Don't be too harsh on the South African bowlers. Brilliant bouncer once again. Some exchange of words as well from Van Buren. That's aggression from the left-arm fast bowler.
Yeah, the umpire just saying that that's one bouncer in the over. He's got the license to bowl another, and he's got a really good short ball. Hence you see those fielders stationed at the deep. There is a deep square and there is a deep third, exactly for that sort of a short ball.
Big wide, and that was a brilliant stop from Mikhail Prince. Just Shanur, you were mentioning that there is no one behind the wicket keeper on the leg side, so he saved a boundary.
Yeah, and I think he got plenty of encouragement there, did Mikhail Prince, when he jumped to his right and really stopped it for going for more runs. And Van Buren, on his follow-through, put a lot of effort to bowl that wide. South Africans stumbling on both ends of the pitch.
Fuller length delivery, squeezed through the gap, will earn Rafsan another boundary. That's the second one in this over.
That sounded great when it went and connected with the ball. And it's no surprise that when it went into the gap, the ball raced away to the boundary. Perhaps he wanted to play it a lot straighter, but nonetheless, the gap was found between gully and the fielder at cover point.
It was an appeal from the bowler and keeper, but the umpires unmoved. Good over for Bangladesh, 10 off it after 5-12 for 1. Van Heerden captaining this young South African side. Prince, Mohakane, Conor Westrows and Dian Forrester. These two caused a lot of problems for Bangladesh emerging team. Mokoena, Richard Pillai, Van Buren. Indandwa making a comeback today, and Tuli the right arm spinner. Sandila Similane is not there. We took a fifer to win the second one day. Mokoena continuing. That's the last ball of the over. That looked pretty close, Shanur.
Unless there was some bat involved. Unless there was some bat involved.
Again, this time extra bounce. Definitely the South African bowlers, they are making the most of these conditions offered to them.
For the time being, yes and no at the same time. In the last over we saw the number of wides and loose deliveries Van Buren bowled, so perhaps a bit of fatigue setting in. We know it's his third over, but the conditions, yes, despite being overcast, can be very humid and stressful on the body.
Short, it was there to be hit, but Robin, he couldn't capitalize on that. Probably the mindset. He was a bit late on that shot.
Yeah, early on in your innings, you can afford to miss it a few, but not at the cost of your wicket. Robin, he's faced 19 balls without scoring, so he is under a bit of pressure. Rafsan, on the other hand, luckily for him, got 2 boundaries in the last over and has gotten off to a decent start.
You could see the urgency in Robin to get off the mark. At the end, it ends well for Bangladesh emerging.
And you can hear from the fielders, they really didn't want to give him the run. And Rafsan will be back on strike. Well, look at that. The timing not really there, and a bit of tentativeness from the non-striker Rafsan as well. Robin also thought about it and then eventually making the run. Fans coming in full support for Bangladesh. They'll enjoy these conditions. It was very hot the last match. Right now it's slightly more overcast, although the sun is starting to pop out, and you can see the sweat forming on the forehead of Mokoena, just giving us an idea that it is still hot outside. But the South Africans are ready to guts it out, as we've seen throughout this series.
Well, on the other hand, Bangladesh emerging team will enjoy the sun. That will ease the conditions for the batters. Talking about the crowd, the Rajshahi crowd has been fantastic so far in this series. And whispers say the Bangladesh Cricket Board, they are taking it seriously and they are processing to make this Shahid Kamruzzaman Stadium an international venue. So yes, today is a Friday, so the responsibility on the crowd once again to make the application even stronger.
It's been the case during the Under-19 series as well. The last time South Africa toured Bangladesh, the last 3 one-dayers were played here, the first 2 being played in Khulna. The opportunity is there for this to be turned into a full-fledged stadium. As we keep mentioning, it's a great city to visit, good air quality, the least polluted city in Bangladesh, and also the roads are traffic free, very easy to commute from place to place. It's not like the congestion of Dhaka. A breath of fresh air for all sense and purposes.
Coming in with the angle, dot to end the over. Another good one from Mokoena after 6, 13 for 1.
Bowling changed. Bowler coming right arm over.
That was the last delivery. Another good one by Mokoena. He's been getting that awkward length, the ball to jag up. Bounce a bit extra for the batter, making sure they don't get bat on ball. It's a very South African length. We see that being bowled on South African pitches a lot. They get that extra bounce, and this pitch is offering that at the moment as Deon Forster comes into the attack. Almost chopped on, but the ball finds the gap and will be the first boundary for Robin.
Robin was totally unsure whether to play that ball or leave it. If he wants to play, whether to go on the front foot or wait on the back foot, in the end, hanged somewhere in middle. Look at that shot. That could easily have been dragged onto the stumps. Fortunately for him, it wasn't on the case. And he was double fortunate to earn the boundary from that delivery. That's a solid defense.
Yeah, the way Robin has been batting so far, you can tell that he's feeling the nerves, he's feeling the heat. And at the moment, it's about getting those runs. Doesn't matter how they come. The right-arm fast bowler, Deon Forster, he's had a very good series so far with the bat. And not so bad with the ball either. He played 100 overs of cricket in the middle, almost, in the last game, where he batted for a long time and then had to bowl his 10 overs. One of those players where you see South Africa producing a lot of these fast bowling all-rounders. And that's what happens when you play a lot of dot balls. You think of singles when there aren't any, when the fielders are close to the ball. You're running around in the middle and you're confused as to what to do. That's what Robin has to fight.
Even the first ball he played, he was a bit tentative, and he was not really looking to play a proper shot. He was trying to just dab the ball and run for a single. A slip in place for Forrester. Rabsan wanted a single, but Robin refused it, rightfully so.
Yeah, now that's what one of them is telling the other. Are you not hearing my call? Bit of nerves from both players. Rabsan got an opportunity in the second match, couldn't really make it big. Has gotten himself another one here in the third one and will be feeling a bit of the heat. This could be a very, very big moment in his career. He did well in the DPL, and that's earned him a call up into this emerging side.
Both are feeling a bit pressure, not only from the conditions or the good bowling from the South African bowlers this morning, but also from the occasion. This is the series decider. Lots of interest, not only from Rajshahi people, but all over Bangladesh. Has the series been broadcasted on T Sports? Everyone is talking about it. Mahfizul Islam Robin played a brilliant knock in the first one, failed in the second. Now he is under some pressure to make it count in this series decider. Already played 25 balls for only 5 runs with a streaky boundary in it. Fuller length goes big. This time it was a confident looking shot, and it was a big shot for the first 6 of the innings. After 7, 23 for 1.
Want to start? Start one.
Yeah, got it in the slot and finally was able to free his arms. Was perhaps waiting for that slightly fuller delivery, and Dion Forrester into the attack, slightly slower than the other 2 bowlers. Robin enjoyed that. Moving on to 11 from 26. He'll be feeling a lot more confident after that shot. Keep in mind, South Africa emerging, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. They've gotten off to a good start, taking the early wicket of Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan. As more bowling changes are in order, Ramashan Pillai getting ready with the ball. So after the pacers, it's time for the medium pacers to come into action. No spin yet.
Good looking shot into the gap. There is protection in the deep. Will pick up a couple of runs, Rabsan, but that came right from the mid part of the bat.
They should enjoy his pace. If Pillai is bowling that length, he might be in trouble. Needs to change it up a bit. This is coming on so nicely onto the bat. Not much bounce there when you're bowling at a half volley length. Pillai, generally a wily customer, a smart one, makes up for his lack of pace with bouncers, changes of pace, changes of lines and lengths. Can bat as well, useful all-rounder.
He bowled 8 overs in the previous game for 45 runs. Couldn't pick up a wicket, but yes, as you said, he has got some tricks up his sleeves and he uses them pretty wisely.
As the crowd comes in slowly but surely, you mentioned he went wicketless for 45 runs in 8 overs. In the context of the match, those are good figures because you're defending 333.
No!
Absolutely. He was the one who put the pressure on the batting side in the middle overs and couldn't let the Bangladeshi batter, especially when Akbar Ali was going all guns blazing from one end, he made sure that he keeps the pressure on the other. Ariful felt the hit, then Rizwan.
Driven nicely. This time it's into the gap, through the covers. Will be the first, in fact the third boundary for Rabsan. And the first on this over. I was speaking with Pilla and his parents the last time they came over. The South African under-19 team came over to Bangladesh 2 years ago. As Rafsan drives this beautifully, finds the gap between cover and also mid-off. And what Pilla's parents said is, we'll try and travel with our kids for as long as possible. But I think he's not a kid anymore now.
Down the leg side, will earn Rafsan another boundary. Ramashan Pillai yawing in lines and lengths.
All of a sudden, Rafsan moves on to 18 from 15. Now that's good work for him. He's managing to punish the hit me balls. He's managing to punish the ones that deserve to be hit. And just like that, you can keep the scoreboard ticking. In the power play overs, it's so important that you take advantage of the field restrictions.
Well fielded, dot to end the over, but a good one for Bangladesh emerging team, 10 of it after 8, 33 for 1.
Final ball from the last over. Pillai making his length adjustment correctly and good backup there. Connor Esterhuizen perhaps was the fielder. Pillai, we spoke about how smartly he bowled, and see, that's what you call commentator's curse, because he proved to be expensive in his first year. Generally comes into bowl slightly in the middle overs after the first power play though. So that's something to keep in mind. Deon Forster continues.
Bold and expensive first over, Forster. He considered 10, then Pillai considered 10. So 2 overs for 20 in the last 2 for Bangladesh emerging. They are moving along.
And it's a change of pace that's brought the change of fortune for the Bangladesh 11 emerging. Because if you look at what Robin and Rafsan are doing, especially Rafsan, he's being able to punish the poor deliveries. Robin, slightly circumspect, played that pressure releasing shot in the last ball against Forster.
Started well in this over. 2 dot balls, Robin. He hit a boundary in the over boundary, I beg your pardon, in the last over, but apart from that one shot, he is not looking very comfortable out there.
Yeah, however, you have to say that he's staying in the middle. He's gotten himself stuck in, and he needs to stay there for as long as possible.
Beautifully played into the gap. I don't think it will be a boundary. Yes, it didn't go for a boundary, but Robin has 2 more runs to his name.
That's a classy shot, Shahid. If you look at what he's done there, that's a rising delivery that he's played on sort of the front foot. Yes, mostly the weight is on the back foot. He stood his ground and he guided that ball. Got 2 for it, but perhaps deserved more if the fielder wasn't there. Partnership is building now for Bangladesh emerging. These are good signs. Robin is looking better and better. Moves on to 13.
Slight touch from the keeper. Was it a drop chance? We'll have to look at the umpire. Yes, no signal from him. You can see he is not happy with that effort, Prince.
Yeah, that's a drop. Tough chance, but sometimes you have to take them. Got a hand to it, did Mikhail Prince. In the end, how expensive will that be? Keep in mind, Robin, he has a tendency, once he gets a start, he can convert. He's been dropped on 13. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗧's reaction says it all.
Good single, good call. Completed with ease. Early call was the key on that occasion, Shahid.
Early call. However, Sajjad, I think a direct hit there might have been difficult for the batter. Don't think he made his ground. 4 runs from this over so far. Robin and Rafsan starting to look more and more at ease at home against the South African medium pacers.
Oh, the width was there. Robin misses out. Completely lost his shape though. 37 for 1 after 9.
If you look at the batting card, Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, the only batter to be dismissed. Ryan Rafsan and Mahfuzul Islam Robin trying to form a partnership here. Ariful Islam, Mahfuzur Rabbi, the likes of Akbar Ali still to come. After which, Bangladesh emerging do have a bit of a long tail. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 Jibon, Wasi Siddiq. Pritam Kumar is in the lineup, so he will slot in somewhere in the middle order.
Ramashan Pillai coming out the wicket. Ryan Rafsan looks quite good when he is batting, as most left-handers are, but a sense of calm about him. He played well in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League this season. Captain Shanpukur Cricket Club, scored 100 as well.
And the thing about Rafsan is that he can bowl a bit, he can turn himself into a useful all-rounder. It's about making sure he starts fast, which he has done so far in this innings. And now that he started fast, it's about continuing that flow of runs. You're on 19 from 19, go on and convert that into a bigger innings, into something more substantial.
What a catch! Ryan Rafsan, that was a poor delivery. He went for it. The connection wasn't great, but the catch was.
Wow. How good was that? Let's have another look. Rafsan thinks he's got enough on it. It's a poor delivery, deserves to be hit. Unfortunately for him, the fielder there, I believe it's 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗧, was bowling just a while ago, taking that one-handed specky. And Rafsan's reaction says it all. Can't believe his luck. He's gone for 19 of 20. Bangladesh emerging, losing their second for 37.
Don't even do that. Don't go. Bro. I haven't had one. Let's see.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a catch. Ramashan Pillai will be counting his lucky stars, because that belongs to that fielder right there, 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗧. We know the South Africans are known for their fielding. And this was another example. We've seen another fantastic catch in the first match by Devon Murray. He took the catch to dismiss Akbar Ali. Needed something special to dismiss Akbar in the first match. who's been in fantabulous form throughout.
Beaten all ends up. Ariful got some runs in his bag, but he never looked comfortable in this whole series. Once again, look at that. Oh, that missed the off stump by a whisker.
And Ariful will be counting his lucky stars now because he survived there. Striker of 55, that's something he needs to work on. He's got ability, that's why he's batting in the middle and top order. That's played fine. Will reach the fence. Ariful gets off the mark with a boundary.
That was not a good delivery to a new batter, especially. Rajshahi Pillai was very lucky to pick up a wicket 2 balls ago. Once again sliding down the leg side. All Ariful had to do was just get a touch and get the ball away from that fielder, who is a dangerous one as a fielder. Dean Forrester picked up a brilliant catch to dismiss Ryan Ruff's. Let's have a look at it again. Ariful was on the move, walking down the ground, and that really allowed him to place the ball finer. No chance of that short third, short fine leg. Once again, use of the feet. It's a leg by signal from the umpire. The power play is done. 41 for 2. Mr. Kamruzzaman, the umpire, signaling for the second power play. Overs number 11 to 40. 2 more fielders are allowed now to control the boundary line.
That's the center. Off stump.
These are the crucial, most crucial period, most crucial overs of an innings in this format of the game. On both occasions in the previous game, we saw the teams batted brilliantly, bowled well in these middle overs, better than the opposition, came out as the winners.
Let's have a look at the field setup for Dean Forrester. He's got the deep point in play. He's also got a deep backward square, or a deep fine leg in fact, and a deep third. The field is almost set up to bowl short, and he's got a deep square leg.
Easy single for Ariful. I think Forrester and Pillai both, they need to bowl on the off stump more often.
I like what Ariful is doing at the same time. He's slightly coming down the track to access that leg side area fine of the wicket, and that's allowing him to score those runs. He scored a boundary in the last over just like that, and now he's taken an easy single because the field is spread out behind the V. However, if the batter wants a boundary, what he can choose to do is play over the top, because mid-off and mid-on are inside the circle.
Floater from Forrester, driven beautifully for a single. So Ariful is someone who will be under the radar, who will be under the magnifying glass. His performance on both occasions in the previous 2 games, he batted pretty slow. In the first game, he picked up 36 runs from 68 balls, and then 35 runs from 59 in the second one. In the first game, Bangladesh were chasing 200 and 303, and in the second one, 333. So definitely not the strike rate you wish for to chase such big targets.
Call this for 2, and really the fielding good enough, but perhaps the running could have been better. The fielder had to cover up a lot of ground. Both Robin and Ariful are targeting those fielders at the deep, looking for those easy singles. There you see it. The throw coming in and the call from the striker's end. Robin not wanting the second. He is on strike. He too is struggling a bit with his strike rate under 50.
Two fielders controlling that leg side boundary. One posted in the deep square leg region and one in the deep mid wicket. That shows the lack of pace from Forrester. He doesn't really have that pace to bowl a well-directed bouncer, probably on the leg side, that could trouble the batter. Depends mostly on pace variation in lengths as well. 3 of this over so far. The last ball coming up. Short ball pulled. There is protection in the deep square leg region. Will be a single. 4 of the over after 11. 46 for 2.
Pillai back for his 3rd over. He's taken a wicket. That of Ryan Rafsan, and he's continuing.
Mahfizul Islam Robin. Batted for quite some time now. 35 balls for 16 runs. That puts an extra sense of responsibility on him to make it count now. He cannot be out. Slight misfelt. That's uncharacteristic from the South African fielder.
Good calling by Ariful. He was the one who really wanted that single. Non-striker's end. He was telling Robin, yes, 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 Robin, let's go. I think they want to target Pillai. That's what they're telling each other. Perhaps access those field areas over the top, down the ground. Now, it's in the air. Will that be out? Oh, an opportunity goes the begging. The dive was in, but the ball spilled out of the hands for the fielder at square leg.
That was an opportunity. Ramesh and Pillai. Ariful just wanted to go over the top. No power whatsoever behind that shot. It was a good effort, but you had to grab those. Width was offered. Will be a single only this time for Robin.
𝗚𝗏𝗃𝐿𝐴, the fielder who dropped Ariful at 6. So 2 dropped catches for South Africa. Very uncharacteristic. Robin dropped on 13. Ariful dropped on 6. He didn't have any control when he was playing that shot. The trap almost worked to perfection. 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝐿𝐴 making quite a bit of ground, coming forward. Wasn't an easy chance. Again, it's pulled, but this time a lot squarer, a lot finer. Will be 2 more added to the total as the 50 for Bangladesh emerging comes up in the 12th over.
Well, this time it was a lot more controlled pull shot from Ariful. Rode on top of the bounce. Look at that. Yes, it was directed more closer towards his body than the first one. And for the lack of pace from Pillai, made it easier for Ariful to control that shot. Opened the face of the bat. Brilliantly fielded. Once again, it's Forrester. He is everywhere on the field. Good over for Bangladesh, 7 of it. After 12, it's 53 for 2.
Bowling change, huh? Robin?
Now this is what happened in the final delivery of the last over. Full
Bowling change.
guiding it
Left
beautifully.
Left arm
Dropped
down.
in that over. Looking to make the bowlers pay, but excellently fielded by Dion Forster, who just took an absolute worldie of a catch to dismiss Ryan Rafsan a while ago. Putting in that effort. It's a big unit. Not afraid to do the slipping and sliding and diving. Perhaps picked up a few bruises, but doesn't matter. Giving it all for his team as a bowling change comes in. Dwandwa for the first time back into the side after the first game. Short, pulled away. Into the gap. Will be a boundary from the first delivery of Dwandwa.
Not a good start for the new bowler. Robin, it was a bit short. He was on his back foot into a flash. He also cleared his front leg a bit to exploit that gap, to put that ball away from the deep fielder. Played with softer hands, was searching for a single, but wasn't available.
Better from him. Struggled with a bit of an injury in the first game. We saw him perhaps hurting his ankle a bit. Shepan Dwandwa came back to finish his quota of overs, but got a rest in the second one. So after 4 paces, we're seeing spin into the attack for South Africa emerging.
Three dot balls on the trot after being hit for a boundary. Good comeback.
At the same time, as a batter, touch. Just be a single though. You've got to try and rotate the strike. Yes, it's good bowling from Dwandwa after the boundary conceding, but as a batter, you have to figure out how to manipulate the field and keep your score ticking. Robin is on 23 from 42 deliveries now. Has to make up for lost time.
Five of this over after 13, 58 for 2. And we will enjoy a drinks break.
can I go? Can I go, yeah? Happy? Are you done, yeah?
Stand by. What a city. A scenic surrounding, serene scenes. And what's great about this city is no traffic jam. That's the Rajshahi railway station. Even there, you get all sorts of transportation. Buses around, and these auto rickshaws, very unique looking lights as well. It's a city of peace and calm and clean air. And for anyone that's visiting, they will like what they see. I spoke with the visiting umpire, 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗍𝗂𝗃 Jacobs, after the last match, and he was talking about how nice this place was, how much he liked the surroundings, traveling around. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀 and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 into the attack, so spin from both ends perhaps. The sixth bowling change brought about by George van Heerden, the South African captain, mixing it up. As a change of bowling comes a change of commentary as well, as I welcome Alif Tasnim for the first time. Good morning to you, Alif.
Thank you so much, Jahanur. Good morning to everyone as well. The third and the final one there between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging.
It's a good start there, 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀. Good start there,
It's been a
𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀.
decent start by the home side, 58 for 2. Circumspect is Mahfizul Islam Robin. Was the high scorer of the first one there for Bangladesh emerging.
Go just a bit, just a bit.
He's someone who takes some time before playing his shots. On the other hand, it's Ariful, who is yet to find his best touch in the series. Better start
Yeah.
compared to the first 2-1 there, Shahnur, for Ariful.
Yes. Corner. In front of him.
Yeah, Ariful is almost being invited to play that sweep shot, deep square leg in play. Also play on the onside. There's a long on. Comes down the track. Shouts of catch it. Deep point in action. And 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀 and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 comes into the attack. Gets the wicket of Ariful immediately.
Just when the partnership was building, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 comes and strikes in his very first over. It was tad bit wide. Ariful stepped down the pitch, was looking for a big hoik straight down the ground. Ended up edging it, and the fielder made no mistake. Once again, just look, he went to the pitch of the ball, not finding the middle of the bat. The ball was hanging up in the air for a while, and a very good catch from the deep as well. Bangladesh emerging lose their third. Ariful departs scoring 11. It's 58 for 2. 59 for 3, I beg your pardon.
Front foot is not this basically, so no. Give him the same, bro. Thank you for the save, bro. He catched the difficult one. Who? He drops it. Oh, whatever, but.
Well, Ariful was sort of trying to access the offside at long off, ended up playing it squarer, and Tiaan van Vuuren
The fast bowler making no mistake with that catch. 2 drop catches for South Africa. Ariful was dropped on 6. Couldn't make it count. Departing just a while later. Almost in trying to play fast. And look at this. Look at the number of runs scored. Highest of 131. Strike rate of 128. That's the captain Aqbar He's come into the middle and he has a lot on his plate. Has to get the runs flowing. He is the top run getter in the series so far.
𝗵𝗺cie, go, 𝗵𝗺cie, go. 𝗵𝗵cie, go.
Really
One must come up, one must come up.
has
One must
been the
come up.
star for the Bangladesh emerging team.
Yeah, the skipper is in the middle when his team is in trouble, so he has to play a responsible knock for his side. And he's the right man to face this debacle for Bangladesh emerging.
One and we move here, man. One and we move here.
Yeah, they want to see him in the national team. Under 19 World Cup winning captain. Obviously talking about Aqbar Ali there. That ends a successful over for Ntuli. Just 3 from it. After 14, it's 61 for 3.
Just keep it with please keep it with him there. If that's the case. Quickly, boy. Yo. Okay. I need a sweep. I can't sweep. I'm under that. I'll go.
As the crowd piles in, a bit of shade
Bowler coming left
for
arm.
certain
Left arm
people.
over.
Van Vuren, after taking a catch in the last over, he's coming back into the attack in his first spell. He got the wicket of Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, kept things tight for the first 2 overs. In the 3rd over, gave away a few runs, a few wides as well. It's an area where South Africa have been better in this match so far.
Van Vuren into his 4th over has picked up a wicket already, but it's been a situation, Shahanur, when the things are even Steven for both the sides. Bangladesh, yes, lost 3 wickets. Then again, they scored good amount of runs considering the wicket. On the other hand, the visitors, they also picked up 3 wickets and removed the top order from the equation. So, yeah,
Center, correct, center.
it's almost equal for both the sides.
For you.
Now it's time to go ahead by a stellar performance from someone special.
Yeah, I think the game is hanging the balance simply because Aqbar Ali is the key wicket. Robin also we saw in the first match, if he can get a start and if he can continue, he's still in the middle. This could prove to be a vital and pivotal partnership. If they get going, they can put Bangladesh on the ascendancy. However, if South Africa emerging get a wicket now or very quickly, then they will be right on top of proceedings. I'd still say South Africa emerging are slightly ahead at the moment. I want to talk about that fielder. You could see to the right of your screen is almost a forward short leg for the fast bowler. So might be some short stuff aimed at Aqbar. They want to be unorthodox with him. They want to improvise because it's been hard to get him out this series with orthodox bowling. In the last match, it was a short ball that did the trick. Now he's pulled it away. But there is protection right there at the deep as well.
Exactly, that's why the fielder is kept in that direction and Van Vuren is going with the short stuff. Looking to trap Aqbar Ali, as you rightly mentioned, he got out
Around for you.
in a short delivery in the last game and the catch was taken from that very region as well. That was a stellar of an innings from the Bangladesh emerging skipper, so of course they would love to get his wicket as quickly as possible. It will be important for both the Bangladesh emerging batters, Robin and Akbar, to form a solid partnership in order to reconstruct the innings. Both of them are in a good nick. Akbar, as we already mentioned, a century in the last game. Robin almost got a century. Former cricketers of Rajshahi, they're also spectating this game.
In the air! Is there a fielder underneath it? Yes, there is! That's another short ball that brings about a wicket on Robin. He's the latest to depart. Van Vuren comes in, brought back by his captain, and he comes in and takes a wicket.
And South Africa emerging are right on top, and in this point in time, once again a short delivery. Robin went for the pull shot, but just picking out that fielder at backward square leg. Not the best of the shots from his willow. An easy grab for the fielder. Once again, it's 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗧. You can't keep him out of the game. And Bangladesh emerging lose their fourth. Robin departs scoring 26. Bangladesh emerging are 63 for 4.
Bangladesh emerging have lost 4 wickets quite early within the 15th over. That's out. South Africa right now on the ascendancy, and this bowler Van Vuren has been the pick of the lot. Another short ball bringing about the downfall of another Bangladesh emerging batter. A simple catch for Deon Forrester, who took a brilliant catch early on. This time it was much easier. And yeah, he will be disappointed with what he's just done there. Staying in the middle for a while. He couldn't convert. He's eaten up a lot of deliveries as well. This is Pritam Kumar. Just the one game. He wasn't in the side for the second match. Back again. After him, Mahfuzur Rabbi left to come. And there's that forward short leg coming into play. That's the length he wants to be bowling to the new batter. 2 runs and a wicket in this over for South Africa emerging after 15. Bangladesh are 63 for 4. Mokoena called back into the attack. Again, the 2 bowlers who opened the bowling, they're back into the attack, and the South African captain, George Van Heerden, going for the kill almost, looking to get rid of the remaining bowlers, or the remaining Bangladesh emerging batters, beg your pardon, with his strike bowlers. Akbar Ali said during the toss that 280 would be a score they want to get. He is there in the middle. To get to 280, he'll have to bat quite a bit once again.
So the chin music is on. Even in the last one day, we observed a bit of chin music for Akbar Ali. And there are fielders also stationed, as we see. There's a forward short leg, of course, deep backward square leg, deep fine leg. So if he pulls the ball, there are high chances that the ball could fly there, and there's a deep third as well, and deep point.
Too short. That's an excellent grab by Mikhail Prince. He's going to have to bowl that again. But yeah, the intentions are quite clear. The field is set up for that short bowling. The areas that Akbar can access are down the ground. If he can somehow play it over the top of the mid-on and mid-off fielders. There you see it, way too wide. And what a grab. Although he didn't catch it cleanly, but still manages to save those runs for going for 5 extra wides. Almost. That was played fine. Akbar Ali gets another run. You can see what the strategy is to try and bring that fielder at forward short leg into play.
Little bit. Next time.
Yeah, 2 new batters in the middle for Bangladesh emerging. And of course the bowlers will love to take that chance. At the same time, Pritam Kumar is not in the best of his touch. Only 17 runs from the first one there. Hence, he'll be the right option to Ayat.
It's also important for Bangladesh emerging to try and form a partnership here, Pritam and Akbar. They've got a massive rebuild job on their hands. On the other hand, you look at what South Africa emerging have done so far. They've brought in the changes as far as the bowling is concerned. The captaincy has been exemplary from George Van Heerden, take nothing away from him. Played 6 bowlers so far. Made the changes when needed. And he's reaped the rewards. 4 early wickets. Looking for the 5th one. We'll have to bowl that again though. 2nd wide in this over. 4 wide so far in this innings.
Yeah, it's been a problem for the visitors. Even in the last game, they bowled. In fact, they gave 27 runs through extra, and most of them were wide. So they have to work on this. Already a couple of wides in this over. In fact, 31 runs were given away as extras.
Along with 29 in the first match. So 60 extras, and you add the ones in this game. 64 extras so far bowled by the South African emerging team. As Shahid mentioned earlier on, that the conditions aren't easy for the bowlers, especially if you're a visiting team, but at the same time, they're trying to get themselves adjusted and they're fighting hard. It's really impressive to see the fight from the visitors. Despite losing the first match, they came back strongly and looking good here. Trying to build the pressure. 2 new batters in the middle. Pritam Kumar yet to get off the mark. And Akbar right now trying to give some advice to Pritam as to how to go about things. It's been very nice to see how Akbar has tried to rally his troops from time to time, whether it's batting, whether it's bowling, always giving them advice. An excellent over. 3 runs from it thanks to the 2 wides mainly. After 16, it's 66 for 4.
So the batting summary for Bangladesh emerging. Not good numbers. Mahfizul Islam Robin had a good start but could not convert in a big one. A duck for Rizwan. Ryan Rafsan went back for 19. Ariful had a better start compared to the other games but also was taken from the tip. So Akbar Ali and Pritam Kumar, both these batters in a mission to rebuild the innings and form a healthy partnership for Bangladesh emerging. Both have that capability of playing big knocks. Akbar already proved himself in this series. Pritam is yet to deliver his best, but he also has proven himself in the domestic circuit, played those big knocks, has to deliver his best in this moment right now when his team needs his service. It's going to be Van Buren once again from the other end.
Played very nicely by 𝗂𝗃𝗃 off the back foot, guided. That'll be his first boundary.
A welcome boundary for Bangladesh emerging. They were desperately needing a boundary, and it's been delivered by the skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃. It was slightly shorter in terms of length outside the off stump, and he just latched onto that. Yes, played square of the wicket, opened the face of the bat, through the gap. No chance for the fielders to stop.
What was impressive was how risky the shot was. Oh, now this time it's too short to try and play that shot again. Luckily for 𝗂𝗃𝗃, there is no connection off the willow, or else it would have been curtains for him.
Yeah. Tracked the length slightly back on this occasion, and more bounce as well. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 jumped and attempted a cut shot. Fortunately for him, there was no connection. Otherwise, that could be very risky for Bangladesh emerging. They can't afford losing another wicket in this point in time.
Trying to bring that fielder at forward short leg into play. Has to bowl that again though. The 5th wide of this innings.
It's a common problem for most of the South Africa bowlers. They have to find a way out of getting rid of it. Even in the last over, we saw a couple of wides bowled.
Oh, what a beauty. Squared him all ends up.
That's a ripper. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 had no answer against that. Change of length, change of line as well. Outside the off stump, just beating the outside edge. Very well bowled by Van Buren.
Excellent bowling by Van Buren. He's challenging 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Yes, back of a length. They're trying to figure out what's his weakness, using the pace and extra bounce, trying to test his technique. And I'll tell you what, this is excellent for 𝗂𝗃𝗃 as well, if he can pass this. We spoke about how good he is against the slower bowlers, and that he's got struggles against the really faster bowlers and against such short stuff. Beautifully done. Another victory for 𝗂𝗃𝗃 in this over, the 2nd boundary.
Almost in a similar fashion, the way he hit the first boundary. The difference is the short-third fielder was inside the circle. In the first delivery, now it was outside the 30-yard ring. Once again outside the off stump, he played with utmost ease and made sure it stays away from the deep third fielder who was in a finer position. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 gets his 2nd boundary of this over.
And just as I was saying, if he can score runs against this sort of bowling, that'll set him up beautifully. International cricket, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, just one of the players, one of the few players from that under-19 team who hasn't yet made his international debut. On the other hand, we've seen most of the players from that under-19 team making it into the national team setup. The likes of Shoriful, the opening batter Tamim, Shamim, Imon, They've all come through, including Deepu and Joy and Hridoy. Mrityunjoy at times, Tanzim Saqib. Change of ball required for some reason.
Blooming late is not always bad. It gives you the time to be more mature, more experienced. Right, so the ball has been lost. And another ball has been brought, which is of course a used ball, not the new one. But speaking about 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, yes, he has to grab this opportunity with both hands. Played some good knocks in domestics as well. Since there is a vacancy, Mushfiqur Rahim just said goodbye to ODI cricket. It's an opportunity for the youngsters like Akbar, Jakir, and also Onkon to take that chance.
Plays it with soft hands in the end. A good one for Akbar. That's the end of the 17th. It's 75 for 4. Not a good look for the Bangladesh emerging team. 4 wickets down, no one really scoring big. 3 starts there, Ariful, Rafsan, and the last batter, Robin, who all got starts. Very close to the outside edge of Pritam Kumar. Akbar, on the other hand, is batting very nicely. Pritam, who's in the middle, who didn't get a game in the second one there, struggling.
He was guilty of playing too many dot deliveries in the first one there. Has to make a move, needs to understand how one day should be played.
Very close to that fielder at short fine. Or forward short leg, should I say. And then Dwandwa coming in to do the job, to sweep up at deep fine leg. Luckily for Pritam, it gets him off the mark and Akbar back on strike.
Yeah, that should be the ploy. Akbar Ali has found some touch. He should face most of the deliveries right now, just to let Pritam observe how to bat, what is transpiring in the middle.
We'll have to build that again. Mokoena. In the last over we saw a few wides as well. 2. And now Mokoena. This is the first wide in this over. They're willing to take that risk, give away those wides. If they can manage the wicket of Akbar, somehow get him just gloving one down to the keeper, or gloving one to that fielder at forward short leg. That's the intent. And that's the sort of calculated risk, I might say, that South Africa emerging are taking.
Once again, a bumper from Mokoena. He wants to persist with those short deliveries. Just waiting for the mistake from Akbar Ali. If he makes it, that will be a big wicket for South Africa emerging. And those two fielders at deep fine and deep backward square are also consistent against Akbar.
Now, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to pull it from way outside off, because there's a fielder at deep point and deep third. He doesn't want to play it on those areas.
He wants to pull it and play it through the middle of the ground between long on and long off.
There is a big gap at deep mid-wicket as well, so if he can pull that in front of square and get it over the top, he can earn some runs.
Now that's been guided over the keeper. Will be another boundary from the bat of Akbar.
That's delightful from the Bangladesh emerging skipper. We saw him playing that shot in the last one day as well. A beautiful ramp. Just using the pace of the bowler and helping the ball on its way over the head of the keeper. Yes, enough bat to beat the keeper and run for a boundary.
Just spoke about South Africa taking a calculated risk. This is Akbar taking a calculated risk as well, and it's paying off. He's on 15 from 15. And his batting seems to be a level above the rest, if you ask me.
Come on, sorry, I'm sorry.
Apologizing, had to pull out at the very last second. Oh, some movement there. That's the culprit, it seems. Mokoena showing his dislike, seemingly kicking the surface, but not sure if he'll be reprimanded for that. Two players already have been for an altercation in the last game. They've both been suspended from this match. For South Africa, it's their player of the match, Andile. Again, shouts of catch it, but it's between the two fielders. And that's another boundary. Akbar playing beautifully now. After 18, it's 85 for 4.
Beautiful. Once again using the pace of the bowler, going away from the deep third fielder. Since he played the last shot over the head of the keeper, the third man fielder was moved to a finer position. Hence the squarish third man became vacant and Akbar Ali went through that gap.
Thanks, bro. Sorry,
One leg correct.
Thanks.
Center.
End of another over after 18, it's 85 for 4.
Spin back in. And that's what Akbar has managed to do. He's managed to get rid of Van Vuren. Tian Van Vuren, who has 2 wickets. But now in Ndwandwe back in. And thankfully for Pritom, he's taken a single from the first delivery to bring Akbar back on strike. Despite losing 4 wickets, Akbar Ali is taking the fight back to the South African emerging team, making them think and think hard, dictating terms once again as he has done throughout the series. That kept very low.
This can be a concern for the Bangladesh emerging batters. If the deliveries from the spinners start keeping that low, they have to be careful about that.
No.
Once again, there you go. And that's what Dangwa will be expecting a lot more. If you can bowl that arm delivery, which keeps low, Akbar might be in trouble.
Yeah, making Akbar think now. Also, for a man who likes to manipulate the field, there is a long on and long off, so driving down the ground could be an option, but won't get him a boundary. That's 4 dot balls in a row. There are vacant regions behind the square. I'm talking about deep third, deep fine, those areas, if he can sweep and reverse.
Akbar, though, very intelligently taking a single from the final ball. 2 from this over after 19. It's 87 for 4.
𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂, quicker, come, quicker.
Yeah, square leg down, square leg down, square leg down. No, 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 no.
6 bowlers used so far for the South Africa emerging side, and Tiaan van Vuren the most successful with 2 wickets. Mokoena has kept things tight. Dean Forrester took some brilliant catches, hasn't got a wicket. Romashan Pillai also bowled. 𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗂𝗃 and 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃, the 2 spinners used. And 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃, he's got 1 for 3. Bowled the 1 over and then was taken off the attack. Perhaps should have continued. The sweep in play by Akbar Ali. He's played it fine enough between the 2 fielders. 4 more to him.
That was not the right field placement against 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. It was outside the off stump. Akbar Ali drags this one from the off to the onside and was well away from that deep mid-wicket fielder. Boundary to start this over for Bangladesh emerging.
Look at him manipulating the field, though. Credit to the batter. He's seeing that there is an empty space there. He's taking full advantage. Let's see what 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 does now. Changes up his length immediately. Doesn't bowl it full enough so that he can sweep at it.
And now there's a fielder as well. Outside edge. And that's racing away for a boundary as well.
Sometimes when you're playing so well, you deserve a bit of luck to go your way, and that's exactly what's happened for Akbar Ali. South Africa must be wondering, where do we bowl to this guy? He's scoring boundaries, whether we bowl good deliveries or not so good ones. I want to talk about the field setup again. Long on, long off there. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Those are the 4 fielders. So 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 sort of has to bowl it full enough to get the batter driving down the ground. Can't bowl it too short where he can cut and play behind the V. There you see it. It's not too short, and he's not been given enough room either. So 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 has to bowl on that middle and off stump channel.
Absolutely, he was guilty of bowling those deliveries which were way outside the off stump. One took the outside edge and went for a boundary. The first one was swept hard by Akbar Ali. And the single brings Pritham Kumar on strike. Not finding the meaty part of the bat, however, getting a single. And it's good approach from Pritham Kumar as well, keeping the best batter on the striking end, letting him face most of the deliveries.
It's too square, dog.
I have to say, it's very good running by Pritham and Akbar. 10 runs so far from the over partnership of 34 from 30. After 20, it's 97 for 4. So that's the score so far after 20 overs. 4 wickets down for Bangladesh emerging. They've managed to put on 97, and it's that man Akbar Ali once again with the bat, who's a cut above the rest. And speaking of cut shots, he's cut beautifully so far in this innings. As the South Africa emerging, they ring in the bowling changes, looking for that 5th wicket, and they would also dearly love the wicket of Akbar, as those guys not in the middle, managing to keep cool with the help of those big fans. Slightly cooler conditions today as well. Now that looks close.
And the finger is raised. After a while, Pritham Kumar tried to play the sweep. Will have to depart. That's the danger you have when you're trying to sweep. And he's gone. The fuller length ball being enticed to play that risky shot. And that's the 5th wicket gone.
Bangladesh emerging are losing wickets in regular intervals. Went for that sweep. It was full and straight. The umpire took a bit of time, but eventually raised his credit finger, which sends back Pritham Kumar to the hut. Another disappointing knock from Pritham. 3 from 10. Bangladesh emerging at 97 for 5.
Well, players trying to stay hydrated between overs. Not a drinks break here, but still being allowed to have some fluids, keep themselves fit and firing for the full 50 overs. And this is what happened. A full flighted delivery. Pritham trying to play that sweep shot, seeing the gap on the leg side. In the end missing. And for Ndwandwa, it's a you miss, I hit situation, trapping him in front. And that brings Mahfuzur Rabbi in the middle. Hasn't really had a good series so far. Will want to make it count here in the final and penultimate match. Should I say final and decisive match, where the series will be decided. So what you do here is what will count in the end. Gets himself off the mark immediately. Akbar seems to be batting on a different surface altogether from the other players. And almost against a different bowling attack as well, as Shahid would like to mention. The way he's manipulating the field has been great. Needs support.
Playing around the front there, boss.
Dangwa is humming around the stumps. We saw that in the previous over as well, where the ball started keeping low. Akbar Ali fails to find the single, and it's a great stuff from the South African emerging skipper George Van Heerden.
Yeah, the captain hasn't really done well with the bat for South Africa emerging, but today his captaincy and fielding has been exemplary.
Oh yes, Chippo.
But this is the key wicket. This is the man in form, Akbar Ali. That's the wicket they would dearly want. He's holding fort.
Yes, Chippo.
Just the one and a wicket from this over. An excellent one by Ndwandwa. After 21, it's 98 for 5.
Yeah, Baba, yes, sir.
Goes out, and number 40 will take the responsibility of the dropping him.
Well, we appreciate coming here to this lovely part of the country, as do the people of Mango City, Rajshahi.
show their appreciation, and it's really a lovely and friendly place to visit. Rabbi being enticed to drive.
That's me, sorry.
The last one chipped up in the air for a while as well. He has to be careful against the off spinner. We've seen his shakiness in the second one there against the off spinners, so it'll be better for him if he becomes a little circumspect.
And he's got long on, long off in play. He's got a deep cover and a deep square leg. 𝗃𝗃 will be bowling mostly fuller, as you see here. So Akbar saying something very interesting, that the ball is turning and gripping. Hurried the batter on that occasion, and 𝗃𝗃 will have to bowl that again. 4 dot balls in a row. There is a short find, there is a short third.
Keep coming, Dougie.
There's the gully as well. He's also being told to play the sweep shot, as did Pritam Kumar just a while ago, to his demise. Edging closer towards that maiden now. Very close to the off stump. Gets a maiden. Well bowled in 𝗃𝗃. After 22, it's 98 for 5.
No.
Bandwa to continue.
Good tempo. Our period here, man.
Long off and long on there for Akbar. There's a deep point, a deep square leg. Again telling him to sweep as well. He doesn't oblige.
Knows the game. He knows how to play, how to manipulate the field. He's done that. But this time around, he goes for the sweep shot and gets through the gap. Will it be a boundary? No, there is a protection, and oh no, it's a boundary. Makes a bit of fumble, does the fielder. And that would leak some runs for South Africa emerging.
That brings up the 100 for Bangladesh. A misfield. And I believe it's that man, Devan Marai, who's genuinely such a brilliant fielder. Made the ground, perhaps overran it a bit. And in just getting down, missed it. You see the field is set for Akbar Ali to play that sweep shot. He's being told, play it, and he plays it. Moves on to 33 from 33.
Dangwa bowling it full. Just playing with the line, sometimes going on middle on leg. And now stays on the off corridor.
You're winning, my buddy.
And this is what Prince is saying from behind the stumps. You're winning this battle. You're winning 𝗃𝗃. Telling his bowler he's doing well. Akbar almost deciding will play the one shot for the boundary, and in the end, that's the end of the over. After 23, it's 102 for 5.
Point. Come point, George will just slot in there. Having your energies there, Mo. George. Tighter for me, please, George. Tighter for me. Tighter, Con.
𝗃𝗃𝗃 continuing against the lefty 𝗵𝗺𝗃. That would be a real test for him to face the heat. Oh, beauty. That one was coming back in with the arm. Took the inside edge and was onto the pads. Could have easily chopped on. Fortunate, very fortunate for Rabbi.
So good, 𝗃𝗃𝗃. So good, 𝗃𝗃𝗃.
And it's my pleasure to welcome Shahid Udash once again to the comm box. Shahid, I hope you had a good breakfast.
Thank you so much, Alif. Yes, the breakfast was good, but Bangladesh emerging is not enjoying a good position right now. Short ball pulled away, big enough to go for a 6.
Rabbi takes the counter punch and slaps 𝗃𝗃𝗃 out of the park. Yes, just a touch short. He just bangs it over the top, and that's gone into the stands, into those vacant stands, fortunately, as no one is getting hurt.
Missed the length a bit by 𝗃𝗃𝗃. It was against the turn, but it was very short. Wanted a single, but Akbar denied. Rightly so.
Still your over, 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Still your over, 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Yeah.
6 of this over after 2408 for 5 Bangladesh emerging. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 bowling really well within himself. Already picked up a wicket of Pritham Kumar. Wanted to sweep the ball. Couldn't connect it. Easily done by 𝗃𝗃𝗃 for a single.
That's what they should be doing, to pick up singles as much as possible. Keep the scoreboard moving. In the middle over, singles and the doubles can be the key, especially when the team is under the pump.
Got a bit of zip on that occasion. Ndangwa seems to be pretty impressive left arm spinner. Sweep is a go-to shot for the Bangladeshi batters, but on that occasion Rabbi played straight.
So this is the difference between 𝗃𝗃𝗃 and Pritham Kumar. It was on the line, Akbar swept it perfectly, but on that occasion that was too full, and Pritham was going too across the line and was LBW. There we go. That was the perfect sweep shot from 𝗃𝗃𝗃, but Pritham Kumar was not onto it.
Popped up in the air, but I don't think there was a connection from the bat of 𝗵𝗺𝗃. Was it? Yes, it was. Bit luck for him after 2510 for 5.
Why, Georgie? Oh.
Comparing between the two sweeps, 𝗃𝗃𝗃, look how far he made the ball. He was committed into the shot, and Pritham Kumar, it was a two full, and look the head position. He was looking down. Also a bit imbalance. Going two across the line. The clear difference between the sweep shots. One was a boundary and one was a wicket. Played straight down the ground for a single. And that is why Akbar Ali is currently seems like a batter who is batting on a different surface under different conditions against a different bowling attack.
Stand up, please. Stand up, please. Yes.
Yeah, his shape says he's in a very good form. And also the mindset. Very much vocal, assessing the conditions properly, always in a chat with his partner, whether he's batting or keeping. Cool and calm head. This makes him the best batter of the side.
Ball, please. Halfway.
3 singles of the first 3 balls in this over so far from 𝗃𝗠𝗃𝗃. Picked up a wicket.
Once again, some turn on offer. I just like the way Akbar is dealing with those turns. So proactive. That's the difference between him and the other batters. Once again, a single.
Yeah, the key of Akbar's batting is he waits for the ball to come towards him. Be it a spinner or a pacer. He wants to wait till the end. 4 of this over from 𝗃𝗠𝗃𝗃 after 2614 for 5. A couple of wickets for Van Vuren for 21 runs from his 5 overs. Mokoena, he bowled miserly as well, going 3 and over. We're having a drinks break at this moment.
We don't need to rotate you. We're not trying to do anything.
the city of mangoes, the silk city of Rajshahi. And there you go, the juicy, the tasty mangoes, and of course the other fruits as well, lychees, since it's summer. And the 𝗵𝗺𝗴𝗲 Research Museum is also welcoming the visitors, the famous Rajshahi University. It's also known as the city of education as well. Very popular among the students and their parents. It's a city where a lot of things happen, but the best part, it's calm, it's clean, and it's really enjoyable for the visitors without the traffic jams. We're having a great time in the Silk City. I hope you are also enjoying, Shahid.
Absolutely, and this is a request to our director. Please send some mangoes or lychees to the com box. This is not fair. You show this to us.
Same side.
We're hungry now for some mangoes or lychees. The season is well here.
Center, correct?
In Dangwa, 5 overs, 1 for 14.
Like that, chips. Like that, chips.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is the one difference. The wall standing in front of the South African emerging bowlers.
So good, Seppo.
The skipper leading from the front once again
You're saying you're bowling
for
quite fast,
Bangladesh
Seppo.
emerging. The highest run scorer of the series as well, the best batter for the Bangladesh emerging side.
So good, Seppo.
And he's very calm-headed as well. No hurry, no rush,
Slug sweep coming out
just
now,
following the
chips.
process.
Well, Prince reckons there will be a slog sweep coming up. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 just does that. Wasn't a slog sweep though. Played all along the carpet, but couldn't pierce the gap.
Like that,
It
Seppo.
was there to be swept. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 obliged, but was unable to find the gap. But it's good control bowling from Dangwa. Kept things really tight for Bangladesh emerging batters. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is also being defensive. Gets a single though in the last delivery. After 27, it's 115 for 5, Bangladesh emerging.
Come on, lad.
This last one? Yeah, outside. Clear outside.
I like that.
Chi.
Got to be on it.
Yeah.
A
There we
sedate
go.
partnership.
There we go, Seppo.
That is the order of the day.
What's the option
Straight away,
here?
some turn and
What's the
offer
option here?
from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Looking for the cut here, Seppo.
He would love to have Mahfuzur Rabbi against him, was troubling him with the spin. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 backs away, but doesn't find the gap. So it will be interesting if he can deliver that delivery against Rabbi, which will spin away from the lefty.
Good day,
Single
Seps.
for 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 gets Rabbi on strike to attack.
Yes, you wanted this, Alif. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 against Rabbi, the battle you were waiting for. Though Rabbi hit a 6 against 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 in one of the previous overs.
Ayya.
Exactly, humming around the stumps. Not much of a turn though, but if he can flight a delivery which is spinning away, that will be really interesting. Once again, a straighter.
Good year, man. So good year, man.
There is a long on and long off in place. when Rabbi is on strike against Intuli along with a deep point. No deep mid wicket though, so there is a clear invitation to go over the top. One of this over after 2816 for 5.
Welcome to Bangladesh South Africa emerging cricket team at the city of joy, Rajshahi. Here comes up in the air. Was it from the bat? It was. The big fish 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has to depart. Jubilation for South Africa emerging.
That is the biggest wicket for South Africa emerging. In Dangwa, he was troubling 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 shaking his head, definitely wondering what went wrong on that occasion. Let's have a look. He played the sweep shot till now pretty well. Wanted to go finer. He wanted to parallel it because there was no protection, but this time he was going too much across off stump, leaving all the 3 stumps behind. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 38. He scores. Bangladesh 116 for 6.
Oh, that's the guy that was scared of the short ball.
𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗂 is the new batter. Things are not looking good for Bangladesh emerging team,
Center correct. Thank you.
as they just lost
Left
their
turn down.
skipper
5 to
𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃,
come.
who was the best batter on this play, and Ndangwa brilliantly bowled.
Ready হয়ে যাও।
Brilliant setup to get rid of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Scored only 1 in the
What do you think about
second
the
wonder.
up option?
𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗃.
No need. Happy?
Bit of yes and no. This can be risky. Oh my goodness. Directed, but have had 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃.
In the previous over as well, we saw Ndangwa troubling 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Number of dot balls. Yes, direct hit would have been curtains for 𝗂𝗃. In this over, when he was bowling against 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, there was a vacant fine leg, and that's where prompted 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 to attempt that sweep shot, or should I say attempted paddle sweep, only managing a top edge. An easy grab for Michael Prince. 117 for 6.
Straight to the fielder. Rabbi is still to find his best rhythm.
Don't look for points, boss.
Kept really low. This is ominous for the batters.
Well, everything is happening for the spinners out there. Ndangwa bowled a bit flatter on that occasion. Brilliantly bowled over by Ndangwa after 2917 for 6.
Nice. Hey? Which one? Yeah, turning a bit. Hard one.
Put him right there, Mika, please.
Once again,
Tempo.
𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, he
Up or
wanted
down.
to
You
play
have
that
another man out. Your option.
paddle sweep because there was a vacant space behind the wicket keeper. He played a bit early as well, managing a top edge only. Easy grab for Mikhail Prince. He played the sweep shot very well so far. Brilliant bowling and captaincy from the South African emerging team enticed Akbar, drew him to play that shot and make a mistake.
And you could also see the smile, the big smile on the face of Mikhail Prince, because they knew that this was the wicket to take 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 back. Cramping 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 for space.
Well, we have seen 300 plus scores in the first two games. 303 chased by Bangladesh emerging team in the first one, and they almost chased 333. Fall short by 10 runs in the second one, but today this is a different ball game altogether for them, and it seems to be a very arduous job for them to reach even 200 from this position.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And in first couple of matches, the skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 played two important roles, important innings. He's already gone, so it's going to be so difficult for Bangladesh emerging to get rid of this situation and score big.
One in the previous over, 4 dot balls in this over. Things are looking really bright for the South African emerging spinners. Another dot ball. Bangladesh, I don't think they will be minding these dot balls because they want to play out the whole quota of 50 overs.
A brilliant over, a maiden for 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 after 30. Bangladesh emerging 117 for 6.
Yeah, 7-7. Both are 7.
Only 20 runs scored in the last 10 overs for the loss of 2 wickets, including that of Akbar Ali. Yes, that youngster, that kid is still hoping, still there in anticipation that someone will raise his hand from the Bangladeshi camp to score some runs.
Once again, some turn.
Get it in, Mox. Get it in.
This looks to be a good track for the spinners now, Shahid.
Absolutely. This is good to see. Though his team is not in a good position,
I like that.
but the support is there. Crowd building up in anticipation. We expected a bigger crowd than the last 2 games because this is a weekday, weekly holiday.
Yeah, but not that performance from the home side. Bangladesh emerging, they're a much better team than what they're performing right now. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 taking some time, trying to assess the conditions.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 rushing through his overs, already into his 8th. Bowled him! 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 bit in the flight and missed all ends up. That is the number 7 for South Africa emerging.
The home side is falling apart. Dangwa gets his 3rd and removes 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 from the equation. That was a roundermish delivery. Came back in with the arm and went through the gate. There was a gap between bat and pad. Dangwa beautifully pierced that gap and bowls him out. A short stay for 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 comes to a close. Celebration for Dangwa as 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 goes back for 1. Bangladesh emerging 118 for 7.
Left. 2. LBW. Start leg stamp. Slightly inside, slight. That's one leg, correct. Middle. Man.
The last wicket
That's
brings
center.
𝗏𝗂 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃
Off stump.
to the middle.
2 balls to come.
Two leftists now in the center for Bangladesh.
Coming
And
over.
this is how the last wicket went down. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 had no clue. That's in the air. Is it a wicket? No, no, no. Fortunately for Bangladesh merging.
It's all happening for Ndangwa and South Africa emerging team. Once again, nicely flighted delivery. Slight bit of turn that missed the inside edge of Mahfuzur Rabbi.
Sharp turn and bounce. A great over from Ndangwa comes to a close. Just a single and a wicket after 31. Bangladesh merging 118 for 7.
Rajshahi, situated on the banks of the beautiful Padma River. What a beautiful sight it is. Water, boat, lives of fishermen full of challenges.
Yes, one must come up.
This time Bangladesh emerging team batters, they are facing some challenge
Told him to go down.
from the visiting team bowlers. Bowling it tight in 𝗃𝗃. He is also in his 8th. 1 for 24.
Yeah, testing the Bangladesh merging batters. Beat up, yes and no. My goodness. Another run out. There was a collision between Rabbi and 𝗏𝗂 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Nothing is going Bangladesh emerging's favor right now.
Both were watching the ball. Both were watching the ball. 𝗏𝗂 𝗃𝗃𝗃. There was a desperate dive, but he was definitely out of the crease. Look at the running here. Both were watching the ball. That is not the ideal way to run. You must trust your partner and run blindly towards that crease.
Yes.
And it was a fantastic call from the on-field umpire. 𝗏𝗂 𝗃𝗃𝗃 goes for a duck. Bangladesh 118 for 8.
Yeah. No run. No run.
Oh shit.
Raqib Al Hasan was the hero for Bangladesh emerging in the first game. His brilliance led the side to win that nail-biting game. It's in the middle when
How
his
gun are
team
these 22 yards? Proper.
is in trouble.
Well, on this surface, Raqibul has to play a big part when he will come to bowl, but this time he needs to bat well. Maybe something like he did in the first one day. He needs to bat for himself. Big appeal! Not from the head of the umpire.
It was sliding down the leg,
Ceppo.
perhaps.
Good
Shake of head.
Ceppo.
Yes, look how wide he went before delivering that ball. So yeah, with the angle, it was coming back in. Once again, bit of confusion. This is not good communication between the Bangladesh emerging batters.
Absolutely, Rabbi probably still is thinking about the previous run out. It was clearly Raqibul's call. Raqibul was pretty sure that he wants a single on that occasion.
𝗃𝗵𝗃 has been shaky against 𝗬𝗎𝗄𝗃 from the word go. Has to find a way out.
Mahfouz 𝗃𝗵𝗃 already hit a 6. He now probably will want to go big at some stage. 1 and a wicket of this 𝗬𝗎𝗄𝗃 over after 32. 119 for 8.
Coming over. Coming over.
This is the last run out. Both were watching the ball. 𝗂𝗎and 𝗃𝗵𝗃 ran into each other. It was a funny incident, but ended up with a sad finish because 𝗂𝗎 had to depart.
Tangwa comes back. Rakibul steps down and gets through the cover. This will race away for a boundary. A welcome one for Bangladesh emerging.
These are valuable runs, and I think this is the right approach, especially from Rakibul. He is not known for his defensive batting.
Come on, that's it.
Coming at number 10, this is a good shot. Coming down the wicket, meeting the ball at full. The cover and mid-off was in the circle. Swept well for a single this occasion.
Every single is cheered by the crowd. They have come in numbers, but unfortunately, it's not a very happy scene for them. The home side is struggling. Once again flighted, 𝗃𝗵𝗃 fails to penetrate the gap.
Only Maruf Mridha to follow after this. 17 and a half overs left. Flighted, 𝗃𝗵𝗃 waited on that and placed it beautifully. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is giving some valuable runs away.
I hope this is not the sign of complacency. It was a tad wide. 𝗃𝗵𝗃 slapped it backward of point. It should have been stopped. He dragged it back, but then again there was a deflection with his leg, which really forced the ball to go all the way. 𝗃𝗵𝗃 will hope to find some touch after the boundary.
Both left arms.
Has faced 35 deliveries. Took a good amount of time. He needs to step on the gas. Once again, it's in the cap. Should be a couple at least. After 33, 11 runs from this Tangwa over. It's 130 for 8 Bangladesh emerging.
Crowd coming in numbers in the morning as well today. Friday, weekly holiday in Bangladesh. I'm pretty sure in the afternoon, a lot of them were planning to come, but Bangladesh emerging team failed to rise to this occasion. George Van Heerden, skipper, brings himself into the attack. Two left-handed batters on the crease. Beautifully played, Rakibul for a single. Welcoming back Shanu Rabbani in the com box.
Thanks, Shahid. And at this moment, Bangladesh emerging in a spot of bother on the back foot. But keep in mind, it is still cloudy and overcast. Anything can happen. Rain could have a final word, which we wouldn't want. Van Heerden, the captain, probably bringing himself on to get through a few overs quickly, put more pressure back on Bangladesh emerging. That was very close. In the end, what I just heard from Rakibul and Mahfuzur is that his balls don't turn much. They go straight, so play it with a straight bat. This time he cuts it away. It's short and wide, but there is protection at the deep. Won't be more than a single.
The the backward point, beg your pardon, is very close to the batter, and that is why Mahfuzur Rabbi, he played in front of the square to evade that fielder and pick up a run. Confident sweep from Rakibul for a single.
And Mahfuzur on 18, Rakibul on 8, both products of the under-19 system. Here representing Bangladesh emerging. Van Heerden though, it's about keeping sure that too many runs don't leak. The batter's looking to sweep him from time to time. He bowls it pretty straight. So perhaps that's why they can afford to play that shot as well. And play with a straight bat. 4 runs from this over. After 34, it's 134 for 8.
No. Okay, you had that 2 minutes up. Yo, for the first time in Bangladesh. It's one more over, George. Two. One more over. Because
Rajshahi city from the northwest part of Bangladesh.
Right arm round.
Change of ends for 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. He was bowling from the media end, now coming from the far end.
Happy.
So bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. So I guess there will be 2 off-spinners operating from both ends, as both are the left-handers batting on the surface. Also Maruf Mridha to follow, who is a left-handed batter. Goendawa bowled pretty well. So far 3 for 28 from his 9 overs.
So field change is happening here. The deep square leg is in place, but the deep backward square leg comes in, and there is a fielder at mid-on, or a wideish mid-on. Oh, B10 very close to the off stump. The pitch is taking turn from the end that I expected it to turn. That is the media end. And again, Rabbi trying to get himself off strike, recognizing that he needs to keep things ticking. There is a fielder at deep point, at wideish long off. There is a long on. So the fielding is set up for fuller length bowling, flighted deliveries, but then there is some protection at the offside as well. 3 fielders inside the circle. And the bowler is bowling mostly stump to stump, not giving any room to Rabbi.
And not giving much flight. A bit surprised to see that, because there is assistance on the surface. Look at that. Holding it slide, beating the outside edge of Rabbi's bat. 5 dot balls on the trot.
Tell you what, chasing will not be easy here. If the ball keeps turning that sharply, zooting in, that's a maiden by 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. He's done with 9 overs after 35. It's 134 for 8. Fancy a boat ride over there, Shahid. As relaxing as it gets, especially in hot and humid conditions.
What does he need?
Boat ride in the 𝗵𝗺 River will calm your nerves, and that's what is required in such an important match. for the cricketers. They need to keep calm nerves.
Can you bring a towel, please?
The spinners have done a job, so too have the fast bowlers as far as South Africa emerging are concerned. Still, lots waiting in hope from the stands and from surrounding buildings, hoping for a Bangladesh victory here. 𝗂𝗚𝗃 back. Now, is there any bat? Umpire Arne saying nope, no bat or no glove involved.
Clearly Rakibul was surprised by the length of the ball. Stiff bounce, he wanted to play on the onside, but had no idea how to negotiate with that sort of delivery hitting his shoulder. Rakibul definitely got more height than he anticipated.
Slashing at a wide one. Not really the way to be going about things. There is a deep third in place, a deep point in place, a deep fine leg, mid on and mid off inside the circle. That tells you he's going to be bowling this length a lot, back of a length, testing the batter's technique. The tail is exposed for Bangladesh emerging. Now, that's into the gap. It's gone fine of the fielder. 4 for Rakibul.
Well, you could see that Rakibul was ready for the short of line delivery, but on that occasion 𝗂𝗚𝗃 erring in his line as well. Look at that, down the leg side. It would have been a wide as well if Rakibul left it, but he thought it's so easy peaking for me, so why should I leave it? Welcome boundary from Rakibul.
Almost eyeing that shot again is 𝗂𝗚𝗃. This time he bowls a wide.
It's the second one.
Second bouncer in the over also done, so he can't bowl any more bouncers. 𝗂𝗚𝗃 has a wry smile. He knows he's messed up a bit. 3 deliveries left in the over still.
Clearly over the head. Bangladesh losing wickets at regular intervals. They lost 2 in the first 10, lost 2 in the over number 11 to 20, and 2 in over number 21 to 30. Also over number 21 to 30 they scored only 20 runs. So clearly the fall of wickets. Also they couldn't manage to score much, causing the stalemate of this innings so far. At this point of time, if we talk about this period of 10 overs, over number 31, this is the 36th, they have scored 22 runs only.
And most importantly, you're talking about overs. You've got 14 overs left after this. And can they survive and play out the 50? That would be the first task as far as Bangladesh emerging are concerned. Get the score somewhere around 200 if possible. We saw how the South African emerging tail wagged in the first match, getting the score up to 301 at one point. It looked like they'd be all out under 200. 𝗚𝗚𝗃 Milane, the star on that occasion with the bat. After 36, it's 139 for 8.
Last one, Ams? Is it drinks?
No drinks. At 12. At 12. Last drinks at 12. 22.
The University of Rajshahi,
We should be on time now.
and pretty old one, established in 1953. A very popular public university in Bangladesh. Got a beautiful campus, lots of greenery.
even got 2 days extra rest.
Fuck off, man. You see.
See, busy cracking up here.
Guys, I'm 30 years old, eh?
Rakib. Rakibul.
𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃 and 𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Center,
This is the 9th wicket partnership. Things are not looking very bright for Bangladesh. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 continuing. This will be his last over.
Big single take, and they're looking for the second perhaps. Rakibul deciding against it. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 is happy because he wanted Rakibul back on strike. I believe partnership forming.
Played with softer hands. That really allowed them the extra time to go for that single.
Swept well and into the gap. 4 more for Rakibul.
That was crunched. Powerfully swept. Rakibul, he's beaming in confidence. Played a 10-ball 24 unbeaten innings in the first game to finish things off in favor of his team. These are priceless runs. The wicket is not very easy to bat on. The conditions are not very easy. Look at that shot.
Immediately he fixes his lines and lengths, doesn't 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Doesn't bowl it too full for Rakibul to sweep at it. There is a fielder at the deep square leg to protect from that shot. Rakibul is doing a very nice job. His batting technique almost reminds me a lot of Nasum Ahmed from the national team. We saw him doing well with the bat for the A team against New Zealand in the 3rd one-dayer. Rakibul now on to 16 from 15. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 hurrying things and getting a mouthful from 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃, I believe, who's at the non-striker's end.
Once again, made the ball from the sweetest part of the bat. This time the bowler returns the taste of the same medicine. Rakibul enjoying it as well.
A bit of gamesmanship between batter and bowler. Like to see a limited amount. Now, I believe this is now a bit too much. The umpires are getting involved. The bowler is trying to have a word with the batter, and immediately umpire tells him you can only do it if you're really being distracted. AIM Moniruzzaman and Arnie Jacobs now both getting involved. Rakibul trying to explain to them a lot of things, but it's pretty clear what's up, Shahid.
Yeah, on the first occasion, yes, someone was walking behind the side screen. So Rakibul, it was well within his rights to opt out from that. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 giving back a reply, and now on this occasion, I'm not really sure what went wrong from Rakibul. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 clearly not enjoying that. It's good to see umpires intervening.
If you could read lips, you'd know what he's trying to say.
Fuck me. Why are you so soft?
Apologies for
Is that an universal language?
No, not. I run a block. That's what your team needs, huh? Hey? 15 overs left, you on a block. I think it's all about you.
Well.
It's all about you. Yeah, speak your language. Don't fucking understand it, it's fine.
Well. 13 overs left and you want to block. You think it's all about you? Well, 14 overs are left after this. Well, no, 13 are after 37. It's 144 for 8.
26 of 34 in the 9th wicket partnership, a much needed one. Nothing much. Before this, 35 between Rafsan and Mahfizul, 22 between Ariful and Mahfizul. This is the third highest partnership. That young girl is feeling a bit sleepy probably.
Bro. Cinda. Arms.
Mokoena bowled 6 overs so far. He will come around the wicket against Mahfizur Rabbi.
Into the gap. There is a chase for the fielder who does make a despairing dive. 4 more to Rabbi this time, as Kobani Mokoberna is welcomed back with the boundary. Come on, Shata, put your tongue into it.
Well, that was a beautifully played shot, opening the face of the bat. Placement was very good because that fielder in the deep third was pretty finer. Now he's back into more orthodox position, the deep third man. Change of the angle immediately from Mokoena. So these are real time twisters for sure, if you want to say these names.
Yeah, if you're sleepy like the girl we saw in the stands, just read out some of their names. Kobani, handsome Mokoena. Certainly will wake you up, get you excited. And the stuff in the middle is certainly sizzling. From the last over, things are picking up a notch. That might be another wide, and it is. Mokoena coming back and being expensive here as the 150 comes up for Bangladesh emerging.
This is not good from Mokoena. Yes, the batter hit you for a boundary in the first ball of the over, but then you are giving away too many easy runs. So that's 6 of the first ball only. And Bangladesh lost their number 8 on 118. So this is a 32-run partnerships now. Mid-off up in the circle. Goes for another short delivery. Easy single for the batter.
Rabbi wanted 2. Saying that there is 2 in there. Unfortunately, Rakibul just happy with a single. Rakibul gets back on strike, and here we are. South Africa with a bit of thinking to do. Still 12 overs left after this. 2 wickets left. They want to get rid of the tail as quick as possible. It's not happening. Pulled, but safe. Lands short of the fielder. Really dragged it on. It was a low delivery to pull.
Yes, drag is the right word. I was thinking of picking it up. There was a mid wicket, there was a deep square leg and deep fine leg. This time a more controlled pull shot from Rabbi.
And the short ball certainly bringing runs, but with an element of risk involved on both occasions. I want to talk about the conditions a bit.
Maybe you missed third ball. Maybe you missed third ball.
It's getting very, very cool and cloudy. The sun is starting to hide. Hopefully no rain in sight.
Another risky shot. But Rakibul will pick up another single.
One shot.
Two done?
So I believe they ran one short. They were looking to run two, but one of the batters ran one short, and that's what the umpire Arnie Jacobs is saying. And then afterwards, when Mokoena is walking past, Rakibul is just telling him to walk away, make your way back. Played with soft hands.
It's over.
That's the end of the over after 38. It's 154 for 8.
Just keep your language study, please. Okay. Thanks.
Rakibul bowler coming round. Rocky, ওই পাশ থেকে আর করবো না।
Well, things look calm outside there near the Podda, but over
Richard.
here
220 পর্যন্ত নিয়ে যেতে
Richard.
in the Kamruzzaman Stadium in Rajshahi, it is getting hotter and hotter. And that one kept low, missing everything. Going for 4 byes, unfortunately for the captain Van Heerden, who brings himself back.
That sudden lack of bounce really proving the point Rabbi wanted to make before this delivery. Look how low it was. I really feel bad for the keeper. Rabbi said that 220 should be enough on the surface. He was talking to Rakibul.
And look at what's happening. They run the bye. Every run coming via byes in this over. This one will be a leg bye. Now, what I want to talk about is this end where Van Heerden is bowling from. That's the far end. But he's bowling to the batter who's batting at the media end. And the pitch on that side, during my pitch report, I said that it has cracks on it. It might turn, and it's already started to take turn. But I believe Rabbi has a bit of a problem now. He's down. Hopefully it's just cramps and nothing more, because he's the last remaining recognized batter. And the physio's got to do his job. Try and make sure everything is good. Umpires deciding it's time for a drinks break while Mahfuzur Rabbi gets some treatment. Bangladesh 159 for 8. This is what happened. The sweep attempted, Rabbi running, and then no issue there while he was running, and then he starts pulling up a bit, going down. Seems like it could be something to do with a muscle. Hopefully it's just cramp. Looks like his ankle is being worked on. Maybe tweaked it a bit. In any case, it's time for another drinks break. We'll take a short break and be right back.
ফার্স্ট ক্লাস জানা আমার এই রকম সময় নেই
So far, 8 wickets have gone down for Bangladesh. Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan failed to open his account. That was a brilliant catch. Forrester that was. Rafsan was looking good. Ariful tried to go over the top, only managing to get caught at the deep.
Well,
it was a false shot. Wanted to sweep. 𝗂𝗃𝗃, that is the biggest wicket. And then Pritham Kumar. Back live. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi picks up a single.
Yeah, Van Heerden, he continues the over. 6 runs from it so far. South Africa emerging won the toss and elected to bowl first. Let's see if this short break in play changes the fortunes for any of the teams. Into the gap from Rakibul. Will retain the strike after 39. It's 161 for 8.
Giants left arm over.
Not a very happy looking scorecard for Bangladesh emerging. So far, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, the skipper, being the top scorer. Dismissed already for 38 from 51. Mahfuzul Islam Robin scoring 26 at the top. Ryan Rafsan 19. Good to see youngsters taking so much interest in this game. Van Vuren back into the attack.
What on?
Rakibul is looking really confident. Played some splendid shots so far. Negotiated the spinner so well. Now probably has to deal with the quickest bowler from the South African camp.
Yeah, he's got 5 overs. This is his 6th. So he'll have 4 left after this. Partnership forming though. This is the highest one. It's a no ball called and Rakibul gladly plays over the top. One bounce into the boundary.
Talking about confidence. And the graph will go even higher with that shot. Rakibul picked up the length so early. Look at that shot. Standing tall on his back foot, transferring the weight beautifully and played it over mid-on. And he will enjoy the free hit on this delivery.
Bowled very well by Van Vuren. Rakibul stepped outside. Now Rabbi telling him just to play through the covers. Yeah, great for this weather. The orange lollies. And lovely to see a tiny fan to keep things cool. The crowd enjoying themselves and this partnership.
Once again he tried to go over the mid-on. Rabbi is not happy with that choice of shot from Rakibul. Yes, you have already hit a boundary, go for a single. Rabbi is asking from Rakibul. This is a good little partnership. Already 48 added in the 9th wicket for these two. Beautifully played. What a shot! Wow, shot of the morning so far from number 10, 46.
You said morning, 2 minutes left to go before it's 12, so yeah, just in the nick of time. Partnership moves up to 54 from 51. Rakibul is batting beautifully this over. He's already gotten a boundary, and this time it's an over boundary. Playing it like a top order batter would. And yeah, the umpire had his eyes on it till the end. It landed over the ropes. Changes his pace up, does Van Vuren.
He really picked up the length pretty quickly. He knew that probably Van Vuren is going for a fuller length delivery, and he was ready for that. Rakibul batting like a top order batter, to the delight of the crowd. What a partnership this has been between these two. Full toss down the leg side, will be 5 wides. This is not good bowling from Van Vuren. Bangladesh will take it.
These are proving to be costly runs as far as South Africa emerging are concerned. They won the toss, selected to bowl first. Look at that. Down the leg, no chance for the keeper, Prince. And he'll have to bowl that again. The crowd love it. They are ecstatic on their feet. They know that Bangladesh emerging are fighting and hanging on. Pulled into the gap once again. 4 more for Rakibul once again. 20 runs from the 39th over after 40. It's 181 for 8.
Rabbi, third power play start.
The final power play, the final 10 overs. What an over it was for Bangladesh emerging team. The previous one. Rakibul once again picked up the length pretty quickly. Look at him waiting for the short delivery and going through that square leg region. What a shot it was. Van Heerden, his keeper, will continue.
Short, cut, will be a single. Partnership now standing at 64 from 55. Could be a game-changing one for Bangladesh emerging. Using his feet to get to the pitch, Rakibul. Smart batting, and Rabbi just telling Rakibul that the ball is taking turn even from the captain Van Heerden.
Yes.
It's another single. Rakibul really showing the way, showing the other full-time batters how to go about things. He's on 34 from 32 as I welcome back Alif Taslim into the comm box.
Thank you so much, Shahanur. It's a great fight back from the home side Bangladesh emerging, courtesy to that partnership between Rakibul and Mahfuzur Rabbi. Rakibul demonstrated his batting prowess in the first game. Started just from where he left off.
And that's the end of the over after 41. It's 184 for 8.
Both.
Change right
No.
over.
Forrester with the ball in hand. Just the one over for Van Vuren, and now we're seeing Dion Forrester coming back. The crowd waiting in anticipation of something special here. Still 9 overs left. 66-run partnership. A big shout, but definitely pitching outside leg. Dion Forrester being told by the umpire Arnie Jacobs it's not out.
Interestingly, the keeper is down to the stumps now. Yeah, here we have the second look, clearly pitching outside the leg stump. That was an off cutter from Forrester. Hence, after pitching it, came away from the left-hander. 𝗏𝗶 took a lot of deliveries. Badly needs to move on now.
Easy delivery. We'll have to bowl that again. Yeah, you mentioned Mahfuzur Rabbi. He's taken up a lot of deliveries, but at the same time, keep in mind he's staying in the middle where Bangladesh Emerging don't have much wickets in hand. There's a long off. 3 fielders on the offside, 2 on the leg side inside the circle, and then you see the 3 fielders near the boundary. A long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg. 5 fielders fielding outside the inner ring.
I'll go back.
And all of them in front of the batter. Nothing behind the V. So Forrester almost giving the ability or giving you the idea that he will be bowling full.
So it's a series of slower deliveries from Forrester. Cutter after cutter for preventing the batter from playing those lusty blows. As we're heading towards the business end of the game, of course, big shots are on the cards from the Bangladesh Emerging batters, and they have found the rhythm as the partnership has grown. 67 of 62. They'll be hoping to get a lot more from here.
Upish, but into the gap. Chase on for the fielder. He won't get there. 4 more runs, this time to 𝗏𝗶.
This was the 3rd boundary from Mahfuzur 𝗏𝗶's willow. Not in full control. However, he somehow got through the gap. As Shahanur rightly mentioned, the 3rd man fielder was up in the circle. So he just had to beat the infield. There was a long chase, but eventually the ball had enough legs to win that race.
Again short. Not the sort of bowling for this field setup. Gets punished with another boundary.
And the crowds are loving it. A freebie from Forrester. It was short, it was wide, and not enough pace as well to intimidate the batter. 𝗏𝗏 got enough time to slap it, and he slaps it through the gap, beats the diving fielder, and gets another boundary. Through backward of point. He moves on to 37 with it. 9 runs from this Forrester over, still a delivery to go.
Yeah, they'll be happy with what they're seeing. They see themselves somewhere for sure. On the phone, perhaps watching. Another run to finish things off. In fact, a dot ball in the end. After 42, it's 193 for 8.
Rocky.
12:47. Copy. Give me order. Please, we have time.
7 bowlers used today. Van Vuren with 2, Shepo and Dwandwa with 3, the pick of the bowlers. Shepo and Tuli also with 1 wicket. Just 1 over left from Dwandwa. The rest will have to be bowled by the faster bowlers who are proving to be expensive right now. Good partnership forming here between Mahfuzur Rabbi and Rakibul. Rakibul seems to be the man for a crisis for Bangladesh emerging. He won the team the game in the first one day, where all hope seemed lost, but they found a way to win. And now here, where Bangladesh looked down and out, he stopped scored with 34. Mahfuzur Rabbi just recently increasing his score to 37, or else he was far behind. As the captain Van Heerden continues. It's in the air. A fielder coming underneath will go above, and for a maximum, Rakibul moves on to 40.
Boy, oh boy, this lad is not gonna die wondering. You bring anybody, he's gonna hit you out of the park. Short from Van Heerden, he went back to the back foot and goes straight downtown for a 6. What a start to this over.
1 short of 200 now. Well bowled by Van Heerden. Flighting it, and Rakibul coming down the pitch, almost yorking himself.
It was premeditated. Seeing he's stepping forward, Van Heerden bowled a quicker yorker. Good move by the bowler as well.
Swept. Would be another single. Rakibul once again has the top score. The 200 comes up for Bangladesh emerging, and a loud cheer goes up. 7 runs so far. Full toss. Played with soft hands. It's really there to be hit.
If it was Rakibul, then certainly he would go for that big hoik on the onside. Rabbi is just being a little circumspect on that occasion.
I was there to be cut short and wide, but straight to the fielder. Oh, a misfield allows Rakibul to take the single and retain the strike. After 43, it's 202 for 8.
Next over na tale, next over na. Wait করতে পারবো না, তোমার ওভার উপরে যাবে তারপরে নিয়ে আসবে একটা ওভার।
Good slower balls, that's it. Top of the bails.
Coming. George. Cover.
Oh, take off.
Sorry. Thanks. They're going. রিঙ্কু ভাই, ওরা কি ঠিক যাইতেছে?
Forrester to continue despite being expensive in the last over. Outside edge. The finger goes up. Rakibul is dismissed for 42. Bangladesh emerging, losing their 9th wicket.
And that's a big fish. Rakibul, who was going in great guns, has to depart. Once again, was looking for a big shot on the onside. But this time around, an outside nick. Slower delivery from Forrester. Rakibul outside edge, edging it and losing his wicket. And they know how big the wicket is. As a result, the celebration is also loud. Rakibul has played a splendid knock, 42 from 40. Bangladesh merging a 202 for 9.
George?
Sorry, that's better. Sorry.
মারুফ আমার তোর উপর কিন্তু 100% বিশ্বাস আছে ভাইয়া
Leg.
Well, just 1 wicket away now. South Africa emerging from wrapping up the innings. They would have liked it much earlier. This is what happened. Bowling it on a length, outside off. And the extra bounce. Doing it in for the left-handed Rakibul in the end. Bringing 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 into the middle, and a change of batter, bringing a change in the com box as well, as Shahid Udash is back again. Enjoying what you're having. I believe some carrots.
Yes, I love carrots, and I love watching cricketers fight till the end. That's what Rakibul did. What a partnership! What a partnership! 84 runs partnership for the 9th wicket, 10th wicket. Tenth wicket partnership is currently on the crease. 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃. We heard him saying he believes in 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃. Probably the primary target is somehow reach that 220 run mark.
মারুফ 4 বল বা 5 বল হ্যাঁ
Yeah, they've got 4, 5, 6 overs left after this. So 36 deliveries, plenty of time to reach that 220 or even more if they bat all the way. Rabbi now taking that outside off stump guard, almost looking to access the leg side, and that's because there are plenty of gaps. Yes, there is a deep mid wicket, there is a long on, there is a deep square leg, but it allows him to take the single if he can somehow get the ball down the leg side, which is why Forrester is having to maintain that outside off stump channel, because he's got 3 fielders inside the circle on the offside. A short third, a point and a cover.
Goes big, goes long, goes for 6. 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃.
That's another way to score runs. See it, hit it out of the park, and yeah, he backed himself to get underneath that delivery. It was bowled outside off, but Rabbi deciding, no, I'm not going to play it on the leg side. I'm just going to play it through the line and as hard as possible.
Wants a single. They're running for their lives and made it. After 44, 210 for 9.
Mix. Going more sets up.
Talking about partnership,
I'll just touch it.
Rakibul and 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. 84 runs partnership of 72 balls, and that is the 9th wicket partnership, the highest one in this innings. Yes, that is the crowd demand. They want more games, probably BPL, probably international game, why not? We saw the amount of interest they have in this game.
And you can see former cricketers of Rajshahi here gathered, thanking the broadcasters and the Bangladesh Cricket Board for this series, 3-match one-day series. Captain Van Heerden back into the attack and trying to get through the overs as quickly as possible.
Mahfuzur Rabbi needs to be absolutely clear in his mind. No room for error. This is the last wicket partnership. He needs to count every opportunity. Denied the single. It was an offer.
Qi𝐶, get on the 1 here, no one to you. No, leave it. Okay.
So the wicketkeeper and captain now just fiddling with the field setup. That's too short. It's cut away. And a misfield, but still, in the end, it's down to 2. Had it been a clean pick-up and throw, perhaps it would have been just a single.
Well, I think it was a good job done by the fielder in the deep. It was traveling very quickly. Van Vuren, it was the left-arm fast bowler. Gives the strike to himself, Mahfuzur Rabbi. Mahfuzur Rabbi, the highest scorer in this innings, 48 of 72. Stitched up a partnership with Rakibul of 84. Rakibul scored 42 of them from 40. Akbar Ali batted well for his 38. Yes, the crowd finding something to cheer about. Some foreign students we can see in the crowd. Number of educational institutions for higher studies in the city. The University of Rajshahi, Rajshahi University of Engineering and Technology, Rajshahi Medical College is also another one. Mokoena. Rabbi blocks the first ball.
She can smile about what Bangladesh Emerging are doing after a tough start. They're starting to make hay while the sun is shining. Mahfuzur Rabbi, the top scorer now, 48 from 73. Deserves a half century and then some if he can continue and stay on strike. Down the leg, he'll have to bowl it again.
Mokoena has been one of the guilty bowlers, at least today, the most guilty one of providing runs via extras. Though he bowled quite economically, but it could have been even better. And at times, giving away these freebies really plays in favor of the batters. Over the top! Into the side screen! For another 6, Rabbi reaches his 50.
What a way to bring up your half century. And that's the score he was looking for, 220. Yeah, raises his bat to the crowd and to the dugout, giving a thumbs up. The crowd love it. And why wouldn't they? There are some emotional fans out there, as you can see in the sign. Rabbi getting to the pitch of that delivery and just playing it through the line. That seems to be a go-to shot for him. Did it just a while ago against the spinner as well. He's looking good. Needs to carry on and farm the strike.
Way over the head. Mokoena bowled a wide on the second delivery in this over, down the leg side. Then got hit for a 6, a big one. Then once again going for a bouncer, but going way over the top of the head. 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗲𝗂. What a brilliant knock of 50 it is. Yes. Appreciating the crowd as well. Good to see. Pulled away in the gap. Another boundary. 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗲𝗂 making this count.
He is, as I said, he's making hay while the sun is shining, and right now he's scoring runs with the sun coming out. Things looking brighter and brighter for Bangladesh emerging. The tail is wagging and wagging big time. It was a short ball and he just placed it, timed it to perfection despite the fielder being there. And that's the sign of a set batter.
This time does not go for the big shot. He knows that 12 runs already have been scored in this over. Still 2 balls to go. So he is not willing to take too much of a risk. Probably from this point of time he will be looking for a single if available to keep the strike to himself. Short ball into the hands of the fielder. That's the end of Bangladesh emergence innings. There was no one protecting the boundary on the offside. 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗲𝗂 probably in double mind whether to go over the top or keep it down for 1. It was a good grab and it was a good innings comes to an end from 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗲𝗂. 225 all out Bangladesh emerging.
Yeah, the bowler has a bit of a tonking going against him. His shoulders are down, but he's still getting some pats on the back. And 𝗃𝗠𝗃, he did a job with the ball. Yeah, in the middle, things got heated between him and Rakibul. In the end, look at the body language of the South African emerging team. It's not that great. 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗲𝗂, he's also disappointed, dejected. 58 from 77. Caught by Richard Seletswane. Bowled by Mokoena, who gets his first wicket. And the short ball tactic, after a lot of wides, it works out. But has it proved to be too expensive? 220 was what Rabbi was talking about with Rakibul. That's what they needed to compete. And you look at the shoulders of the South Africans. They are down, looking down, thinking they've given away too many runs in the end. Those innings by 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗂, 58 and 42 by Rakibul Hasan, they're just at the death, propping the innings up to 225. The top order, no one really carried on. Robin got a start, as did Rafsan, Ariful as well. Akbar Ali, he's been great with the bat throughout. He tried hard, scored 38, but then that sweep didn't play off, didn't work out in the end. He got out for 38. And in the end, Bangladesh all out for 45.5 overs for 225.
Van Vuren started things off with a couple of wickets. 1 wicket each for Mokoena, Forrester and Pillai. And pick up the bowler in Nangwa. 3 for 28. And 𝗃𝗠𝗃 picking up the rest. 1 for 30. And the skipper, Van Heerden, goes wicketless. So we will go down to the field. Alif Tasnim is waiting there with someone.
Tangdua, very well done. 3 for 28. How happy are you with your bowling performance?
Yeah, obviously I'm happy, especially after taking a break from my ankle sprain. So I had to come back and do something for the team. And also we take this as the final because it's the last game of this series. So yeah, I'm happy.
You were mentioning about the last game. Happy to restrict Bangladesh within 225. Do you think it's a good total?
I think it's a good total because that wicket seems like it's a good wicket to bet on. And yeah, I'm happy with the clinical thingy that we done with the team. So yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Let's talk about the surface. How instrumental that was for the spinners to bowl.
It's quite nice to bowl in. Some balls skid on, some boys grip and they hold in 10. So it's nice to bowl in as a spinner.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
Yes, 𝗃𝗚𝗃𝗀 picked up 3 wickets. Picked up the wicket of 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 as well. And Bangladesh, they were looking down and out at that point of time. Rizwan, the first one to go. Then Rafsan played a few good shots. Mahfizul Robin a bit lucky. That was a good hit for a 6. Rafsan was looking good. And that was a fantastic grab from Forrester. That shifted the momentum. Ariful played a few shots. He looked positive today, but paid the price of trying to be over aggressive. Mahfizul Robin couldn't score big once again, getting set and getting out. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 was looking absolutely brilliant. He was playing all around the ground, sweeping the spinners. Yes, at times getting some luck as well. Pritam Kumar. But 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, he was looking really good. Then Mahfuzur Rabbi joined him. This was the big wicket from 𝗃𝗚𝗃𝗃. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Then Bangladesh emerging team, they lost a couple of quick wickets. A mix-up, a collision between the batters, and Wasi Siddiqui had to depart. Then the big partnership of 84 in the 9th wicket. Rakibul counter-attacked, played the spinners brilliantly well.
And hotter.
It was not a very easy track to bat on. The South African bowlers, they were wayward at times, giving up some extra runs. But it was the brilliance of Rakibul probably that put them under pressure. Then Forrester picked up the wicket of Rakibul. Rabbi tried to flash up big shots, reached his 50, and then got out in this fashion. They wanted 220 after losing 8 wickets in 118. They got 225. So South Africa emerging, they will be needing 226 from 300 balls to win this match and back the series as well. For now, we are going for a short break. We will return with the replay.
Welcome back once again from Shahid Kamruzzaman Stadium, Rajshahi, for the third and the final one-day between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging. And this is how the batting card looks like. Bangladesh emerging must be disappointed with their approach. Apart from 𝗵𝗺𝗲𝗂𝗏 and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, none of the batters could stand tall. And yes, a quick cameo from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 as well contributed behind this 225 innings. 7 bowlers used by the visitors, 2 wickets for Van Vuuren, 3 for Dangwa, 1 wickets for Mokoena, Forrester, Pillay, and of course Ntuli. But it's been a very good bowling performance by South Africa emerging to bundle out Bangladesh within 225. Of course, they have to bat well because it's not a very easy pitch to bat on. 226 runs to get from 50 overs. This may look easy, but it's not, because the pitch is favoring the spinners, and Bangladesh have some really good spin bowlers in their tank. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, 𝗃𝗵𝗴𝗲𝗂𝒑, Rakibul, and of course the leg spinner 𝗂𝗚 Siddiqui, who can play a key factor in this kind of pitches. The most run getter of the series has to be the skipper of Bangladesh emerging, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. From 3 matches, he's managed to score 210 runs. Corner is the reason. The man in form for South Africa emerging scored 162 from 2 matches. Mahfuzul Islam Robin was the player of the match for Bangladesh emerging in the first one. Missed out his 100. Similane has been the pick of the wicket takers in the list. Number 2 is Ripon Mundal with 5 wickets. Similane took 6 from 2 matches. Missing out the third and the final one-day, the series decider. In fact, he's been banned for 1 match for getting into a tussle with Jishan Alum, who is also banned and missing out in the third and the final one-day. So the players, they have made their way to the middle. We are hoping for a humdinger of a contest as we had in the first 2 matches. Both the games were cliffhangers. The pendulum was swinging. The table was turning. And it was difficult to say who will win the match before coming to the conclusion. The skipper 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is not keeping the wickets. Instead of him, it's going to be Mahfuzul Islam Robin, the skipper. In fact, Pritam Kumar. But now it's Van Heerden, the skipper, opening the innings for South Africa emerging. Change in the batting order for the visitors. And with the new ball, it's gonna be that young lad we'll come back to later on, but it's Mikhail Prince, the wicket keeper, is partnering his skipper in opening the innings. 2 matches in this series, 65 runs. They'll be hoping to give South Africa a flying start. And it's Maruf Mritha will start the proceedings with the new ball. The young gun from Bangladesh can swing the ball, has enough pace as well. We'll be hoping to make the new ball talk, as he has a slip in position as well. Backward point, cover, mid-off. This is how the field placement has been designed for George Van Heerden.
Let's play.
We're all set. The umpire Kamruzzaman says, let's play, and here we go for the first ball. Good start from Maruf, right on the money. And it's my pleasure to welcome Shahid Rabbani on the comm box. Welcome, Shahid.
Thank you, Alif, and a very good afternoon to you and everyone that is watching us. Lots of chatter around. Lots of encouragement for the fast bowler, 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃. He's got a slipping place, a short cover, a point, a gully, a mid-off and a mid-on, along with a square leg inside the circle.
Was sliding down the leg, dragged the length slightly back, 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 on that occasion, and that'll be the first runs. We'll have to wait for the confirmation. It's off the pads, not from the bat.
Yeah, and you look at the fielders near the boundary. As expected, there's a deep third and a deep fine leg. Mikhail Prince has played some orthodox cricket, some very good looking shots from time to time. He'll want to continue. He's got a few starts in this tour, but really hasn't managed to convert. Maybe today's the day where he can. South Africa will be wanting a good start. Some quick runs in the power play and they'll be right ahead.
That's been punted around the corner for a single. Yeah, you rightly mentioned they have to take the advantage of the fielding restrictions, what the Bangladesh emerging batters failed to take and eventually could not post a big total on the board. So they have to be right on the top and take the opportunities whenever the Bangladesh emerging bowlers make mistake.
Always love doing that with the bat. Love seeing when other batters do that as well, as spinning it in their hands.
Outside edge, away from the first slip. And that's going to run away for the first boundary.
Unlucky on that occasion. 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 had the slip in place exactly for that. Just falling wide of him. Van Heerden gets the first runs and off the bat, but off an edge.
Yes, tricky. That's why the slip has been stationed there, right beside the keeper. The skipper knew Maruf can induce outside edges, but that was not within the reach. Hripon Mundal also failed to stop, as it was so quick and away from him. Once again, it's good bowling from Maruf, pitched up and right on the money.
So for 5, 6 runs from the over. Captain Akbar Ali in the field on this occasion, giving Pritam Kumar the gloves. Interesting change. Again, Van Heerden spinning the bat in his hands, perhaps just trying to make sure that the balance is intact.
Leg side-ish, clipped off the pads. There is a fielder. And they're coming back easily for a couple of runs. So the first over, 8 runs from it. After one, South Africa emerging are 8 for none.
Left arm round. Little bit. Next up.
Spin from the other end. It's going to be a mix of pace and spin. Rakibul Hassan was a star with the bat in hand in the series for Bangladesh emerging. Has to shine with the ball in hand as well, and he has that ability to shine as well. Coming up against Mikhail Prince. Well bowled. And a quick single as well. A quick throw in, but 𝗏𝗃𝗃 was safely home.
We'll be seeing plenty of spin, I believe, given the number of options available for Bangladesh emerging. Mahfuzur Rabbi, Wasi Siddiq, yet to come.
It's going to be a single down the ground. Yes, you rightly mentioned, and we have seen in the first innings Dangdua to do well. This pitch has something to offer for the spinners, and they have to grab that with both hands.
Tandwa and Tuli both bowled well. Clean ball! 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 gets the early breakthrough. Prince has to depart. This delivery was keeping low and going straight. He was expecting there to be turn. Was not to be.
That was absolutely a ripper. It kept low, came back in with the arm. Prince had no answer against that. The first blood has been drawn by 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Mikhail Prince has to walk off, scoring 2. South Africa emerging at 10 for 1.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, the new batter, coming in and will be joined by his captain. Mikhail Prince generally got off to good starts. On this occasion, though, this was a failure, a rare one, but to a good delivery. 𝗃𝗃𝗃, that's his specialty. He gets into skid through. It's usually that skiddy delivery going through the stumps. Not much flight, not much turn. Here's an example of how low it was. It was short, but then look at how low it stayed. And that's what did him in. That's the end that's got a bit of cracks, so the spinners will want to exploit that. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, another spinner. Mahfuzur Rabbi, Wasi Siddiq. Plenty of options for Bangladesh as far as spin is concerned, along with 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, who's bowling.
Right after the first innings, Richard 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 5 matches in his list of career, 62 runs. But I'm sure he's edged through the gap. Will be a boundary. 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 gets another streaky one.
Take a look at that. Slightly short. 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 getting the edge and getting 4 more lucky runs. Living a charmed life is the South African captain. 2 edges, 2 boundaries, moves on to 11.
That's one. Yeah. Excellent, Rocky. Oh yeah.
End of an eventful over. 7 runs and the breakthrough for Bangladesh emerging after 2. It's 15 for 1.
So it's the center.
Center, correct.
Thank you. Off stump?
Yeah, off stump.
Thank you.
Left arm over.
Thank you.
Right on.
𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 is trying to be consistent with those fuller length deliveries. It was a tad bit wide, angling away from the right-hander.
Plenty of encouragement every time 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 is coming on the bowl. They're appreciating what he's trying to do. These are mostly spinner-friendly conditions. The end from which 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 is bowling, though, is the end where you would like to also see a spinner bowling from. This time it's flicked off the pads. Into the gap. Will be the first boundary for Richard 𝗬𝗬𝗂𝗧.
Change of line once again. The first delivery was outside the off stump, but this time around he was sliding down the leg. The batter just took a step forward. 𝗬𝗬𝗂𝗧 and he gets his first boundary through mid-wicket. After being hit for a boundary, Maruf once again changes his line. Change of length as well. Drag the length slightly back on this occasion.
And the reason I'm saying what I'm saying about the end from which 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 is bowling from being a better end for the spinners is because that side where Richard 𝗬𝗬𝗂𝗧 is batting, that is the media end of the pitch, has more cracks in it. So spinners could get more purchase.
During the pitch report, you mentioned that this is a wicket which may assist the spinners, and it's turning out to be an auspicious wicket as well for them. They'll be hoping to extract the maximum advantage from it.
Thank you.
4 runs so far in this over. It's the pacers that have proven to be slightly expensive on occasion, especially for Bangladesh emerging.
Change of angle. 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃 is coming from round the wicket against 𝗬𝗬𝗂𝗧.
Good bowling, Dada. Good bowling. Good bowling.
Apart from that boundary, it's been a decent over. Only 4 from it, and then 4 dots. And a lot of encouragement from the fielders too.
Yeah, it's encouragement from the fielders, and it's also to get themselves in the zone and to also distract the batters with as much noise as possible. It's a more than a double-edged sword, a triple-edged sword, you could say.
Right on.
A dot to end the third over after 3. It's 19 for 1.
Good bowling, good bowling. Hey, Rajshahi bhai, chapa the slip match kan ruko. Aur jaben na. ওয়াসি আর একটু ডান দিকে চাপো এই মেন্ডিস আরে একটু সোজা রাখো আর একটু
Rakibul comes back for his second over.
Oh!
Beautiful. Once again, an armor is not looking to turn the ball at all, Shahid.
That's the delivery. You could see why he yelled, because that was the sort of delivery that got the first wicket of Michael Prince. And he wanted Van Heerden out. He was on the back foot, but look at Van Heerden. He planted his bat in the end.
That's what he should be doing. Even in the first one there, he bowled too many armors. Not only him, also 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃, another left-arm spinner, 𝗂𝗃, who is missing out in this game. So he's sticking to that plan.
Oh yeah!
Once again, another armor.
He's bowling beautifully, is Rakibul.
রাকিব সময় নেই, সমস্যা নাই, যা করবি ডান নাই।
Telling Rakibul to bowl slowly and take his time.
Oh yeah!
Is the wicketkeeper Rizwan behind the stumps? Pritam Kumar, in fact, beg your pardon. And the captain, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, who generally keeps wickets, we're saying again, he is fielding. Not his usual wicket-keeping position.
Got the inside part of the below. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is always a vocal skipper. Always in a chat with the bowler. Also the fielders. He knows how to bring the best out of his players. Such a matured skipper. For the first time, a hint of turn from Rakibul. Nonetheless, it's a very good over. Just a single from it after 4. It's 20 for 1.
Left him now. Slightly.
𝗂𝗎 Siddiq, it seems, is getting ready with the ball. In fact, 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, number 5. So spin from both ends now. Slow left arm orthodox. This is the end you want to see a spinner from. More cracks on the pitch, perhaps more turn as well. No slip in place though.
Short. Drag on the onside but doesn't find the gap. A fielder stationed at mid-wicket. Not the brightest of starts for 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Went a tad bit short.
You can see immediately spin from both ends, seeing that 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 was being slightly expensive. And seeing that this end, it's spinning.
Oh yeah,
Use of the feet. Richard came down the pitch, but eventually defends it.
Now why is he coming down the track? The field is set up with a long off, so you can drive it there.
No, that's the call from Richard 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Yeah, you rightly mentioned mid-off, mid-on, both are up in the circle, so if we can just lift it over the top. In fact, long off and mid-on. So that could be an opportunity, but once again, an armor from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. And that's what he should be doing, Shanur.
Yeah, lots of excitement there.
He was looking to make some room. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 followed the batter. Hence, he could prevent from playing a big shot.
Even more than a big shot, he just wants a single, playing it at long off, and he's failing to do that.
That's gone straight up. Robin is under it. Takes the catch. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 strikes in his first over and removes Richard 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 from the equation. That's number 2 for Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging in a spot of bother.
Yeah, the pressure was built by 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, and in the end, Richard 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 tried too hard to get a run. In the end, getting out the last ball of the 5th over. South Africa emerging, losing 2 wickets for 21. Richard 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 gone for 5 from 14. 𝗬𝗡𝗂𝗃𝗃, the new batter in, number 27. Interesting change up the order. Still plenty of batting left for the South Africans. They've got the likes of Forrester to come, who scored a lot of runs. They've got 𝗂𝗃𝗃. They've also got Dewan Mare. They bat long and deep. But given the way Bangladesh are bowling, they've got their noses in front. They are ahead in this match. And that's how the wicket fell. Richard Seletswane losing his bearings, trying to slog one out of the park. In the end, just managing a top edge. And a simple catch for the fielder at short fine. Robin made no mistake. Plenty of celebrations.
Rakibul bowling in tandem with Mahfuzur Rabbi. Left arm spinners are in operation for Bangladesh Merchant.
22 for 2 currently the score, yes. They're looking to bowl in tandem and plenty more options. The leg spin of Wasi Siddiq, Sheikh Parvez Jibon, another finger spinner. So 4 spinning options right there. Ariful can bowl a bit. He can come in handy. It's almost 5 spin bowling options right there. And then you have the pacer. On the money is Rakibul.
He's been consistent right from the inception. He's looking to keep things tied. And 𝗬𝗡𝗃𝗃, that's his 3rd match. 55 has been his highest score in this series. And he can be the right customer to deal with the trouble that South Africa emerging are in right now.
The spinners are really turning the screws, not allowing for any easy runs, putting a lid on things.
It's been a series of armors from Rakibul. One after another, one after another. And that is keeping the batters in guessing as well, because if one gets low, that can be dangerous. This is what I was just talking about. This one kept a tad bit low.
Lots of good stuff being bowled by Rakibul. Did a job with the bat, now doing a job with the ball. Certainly a contender for the player of the match.
A dot to complete this Rakibul over. Only a single from it after 6. It's 22 for 2.
Is the batting card for the South African emerging team. 𝗬𝗡𝗃𝗃 and George van Heerden, the 2 in the middle. Michael Prince and Richard Seletswane, the 2 to be dismissed early on. Deon Forrester, Kobani Mokoena, Tian van Vuren, Romershan Pillai, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 still to come. They can all bat. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi to continue. Took the wicket, gave away just 1 run in his first over. Bowling stump to stump. Van Heerden watching it late and playing it cleverly. South Africa emerging need to get a move on. Yes, Not the highest total to chase, but still you can't get too bogged down. You have to rotate the strike. Make sure the required run rate stays below a reachable level.
You mentioned about Rakibul that he can be a contender of the player of the match because of his batting prowess, also bowling well, but Rabbi also hit a 50 and now picked up a wicket. He can also be someone who will be under consideration. He's also bowling stump to stump just like Rakibul, and his figure this far looks slightly better than him.
Yeah, they'll feel the heat and make mistakes. That's what the wicketkeeper is saying. Rakibul is being called Mendes by the wicketkeeper, Pritam Kumar.
Interesting names. Was that Rakibul on mid-wicket, Shahid? Yes, it was. Once again, coming back in with the arm. Just a couple from this Rabbi over. Still a delivery left.
And last ball remaining. Let's see what happens here.
Bottom edge could be risky for Van Heerden. Hands on head of Pritam Kumar because he knows this could be the wicket number 3. Nonetheless, a good over ends with a dot after 7. It's 24 for 2, South Africa merging. The bowling summary of Bangladesh. 3 bowlers used this far. 𝗵𝗺 was removed after bowling a couple of overs. Now it's all about the spinners, the left-arm spinners. Rakibul and Mahfuzur Rabbi are in operation. It's hot, it's humid. Then again, the crowd, they're not paying heed to anything. They have come in numbers just to support the home side. Another change in bowling. It's 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 was exemplary with the ball in hand in the second one there. Didn't pick up any wicket, but only 27 runs from his 10 overs. This was a superlative effort from this lad. He's been brought for the first time into the attack. It's going to be a good combination. Off spin, leg spin, left arm spin. Was in there for a while, but will be straight to the fielder. Slightly shorter from Gibbon. Has to make the rectification in terms of length. The line was decent though. In there, shouts of catch it, but there is no mid-on in position.
Yeah, 𝗵𝗺 playing with much harder hands, and that's why it's slightly over the top, or uppish should I say. The fielder that's fielding there at the leg side in front of the square. Perhaps the short mid-wicket can be a bit fuller. And he's coming forward, as you can see. Trying to close the angle, close the gap between the bowler and him, because there is a big vacant space and an easy single to long on. And that's what the batter is targeting constantly.
And for blocking that, 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 is tossing it up, bowling it quicker. Started with a slightly shorter delivery, but now he's found the right channel, especially right length to bowl at. Once again, good bowling. Tossed a bit of turn as well. Van Heerden just works it away and runs across for a single.
They're struggling, are the South African emerging batters. You can tell even for a single, the amount of risk they're having to take. Completely on the back foot on a pitch that's starting to play a bit. Take some turn. Keep in mind, South Africa emerging, they won the toss and decided to bowl first. Captain Van Heerden.
A dot to complete the 8th over. After 8, it's 26 for 2.
Partnership, 5 runs from 18 deliveries as 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 continues his second over. It's a trial by spin from both ends. The crowd coming back. They also went for a break during the lunch interval and they're making their way back, slowly sensing that this is going to be a very even contest, as has been the case in the first and second ODIs. Played nicely off the back foot by George Van Heerden. He takes a single from the first delivery. Rabbi and 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃, both of them continuing from both ends. Now shouts of catch it, but into the gap, thankfully for the batter Mohakane, but well fielded in the end. And that's Rakibul doing a job in the field. Short there to be pulled, but Rakibul ensuring that not more than a single was taken, tumbling and diving and timing his run to perfection. Target of 226 required, rate close to 5 now. As Rabbi continues, it's my pleasure to welcome this afternoon Shahid Udash, who's just had his lunch and feeling quite relaxed, I believe.
Thank you so much, Anur. Yes, feeling quite a bit relaxed. Just the start of the second innings, though South Africa emerging, they have lost 2 wickets. So they won't be relaxing currently. They have to deal with some quality spin bowling. And as the second pace bowler is Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan, I think they should be preparing themselves for facing lots of spin today.
I'm guessing at least 40 overs if things continue this way, and depending on how long they bat. So far 4 singles. This time a dot ball.
The flight was there. End of the 9th over, 2 for 30. Both of the teams suffered the absence of one of the openers, at least in case of Bangladesh, the Mez Jishan Alam in today's 11. In case of South Africa emerging team, Michael Priest was the one who provided the starts in the previous games, but today he failed. Already back in the hut for only a couple of runs. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 bowled 1 over for 2. A bit over pitched, but straight to the fielder. He bowled brilliantly in the previous game. Couldn't pick up a wicket, but he conceded only 27 runs in his 10 overs, but the opposition scored 332 runs. Paddled and past Maruf Mridha. Mohakane taking some risks and paying off.
A much needed boundary for South Africa emerging. Mohakane, yes. Taking what I would call a calculated risk with the short, fine leg inside the circle. And once it passed him, it was going for a boundary. Moves on to 8 from 15. Still gaps there.
Quicker ball. Good comeback by 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗲.
Was almost planted on the back foot to a delivery that wasn't too short. So Mohakane almost premeditating there, expecting something shorter to happen after the last shot.
Again he was waiting on the back foot. Yes, Pritham Kumar. He is surprised as well. How did the batter survive this delivery? Single to end the power play. 35 for 2.
Played off the back foot. Will be a single again. So that's the end of over number 10. It's 36 for 2.
জীবন কই যাস আমি তোমার মত না সাউথ আফ্রিকাকে চিয়ার চল ভাইয়া number 3 boy good going boy second half play George makes up slightly
Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi played a brilliant 58 today. It was a crucial knock of 58. Already picked up a wicket. He bowled brilliantly in the first game as well. He's been a regular feature in the bowling for Bangladesh and has been a wicket taker. 3 wickets in the previous 2 games, though in the last game he was a bit expensive, 75 for 2 of his 10 overs.
Boy, yeah, boy.
Flighted delivery.
Excellent, boy.
I think, Shanu, it's a good choice of bowlers from both ends. We saw Jibon and Rakibul bowling from the media end. Those 2 bowlers, they don't really flight the ball, and on that part of the wicket it has a more grass covering, so the ball skids on. And now Rabbi is bowling from the far end. He got more cracky end to aim at.
Opportunity to catch it and it's dropped. Mohakane dropped on 9. That should have been taken, I feel. The fielder put in the dive. Ariful, generally a very good fielder. Fielding at cover. Look at that. Probably just mistimed his jump. It went in and went out.
Well, it was a tough one, but he did everything right except to hold on to that. Ariful was almost parallel to the ground while he was in contact with the ball. Once again, it was a short delivery, not a good shot from the batter. Look at that effort. Three runs in this over after 11, 39 for 2.
Yeah, seems to have done himself a mischief there, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. The ball hitting one of his fingers, probably the bony part, probably a nail. The physio is running out there just to make sure that he's good to continue. After 11, it's 39 for 2.
Between Van Heerden and 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 will continue. As we were saying, these are the north side of the bowlers, 𝗃𝗏 or Rakibul. Generally, they bowls at flatter trajectories. It varies in the lengths mostly than in the pace of the delivery. Though Rakibul is working on his flighted deliveries, I wouldn't be very surprised if he has been called in for the longer format of the game. We have 2 4-day games to follow after this hard-fought, absolutely brilliant series. 𝗃𝗏 once again, tight lines and lengths. There is a long on, but he will have no chance to stop that. Excellently played, brilliantly placed by the skipper.
Van Heerden now getting off to a start, trying to make it count, getting to the pitch, playing it over the top, into the gap. Just showing you, if you get set, there is value for runs. Moves on to 25 from 31, he's looking good. Needs support. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 is there for 10 from 20 as 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 continues.
Played with a softer hand, picked up a single. This is good cricket from the skipper. Van Heerden scored only 34 runs prior to this game in this series. Today he got a start, came to open the innings with Mikael Prince, lost his partner early, lost another partner then, but now these two are going good.
And I think what's important is if you stay in the middle, eventually you will get set. It's about battling the conditions. Over the top. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 gets connection. And it goes all the way for a maximum.
Wow. What a shot to bring up the 50-run mark. Look at that. Coming down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball. Full phase of the bat. No half measures. That was brilliant. That was powerful. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 got a 50 in the last game. Seems to be in good touch. Oh, upishly played, but into the gap. Will be another boundary. Expensive over from 𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗂𝗃. 15 of it after 12. 54 for 2.
Four bowlers have been used so far. 3 spinners and the 1 solitary pacer, 𝗵𝗻𝗃𝗃. Rakibul getting the wicket first, and then Mahfuzur Rabbi getting another one. Seletswan and Michael Prince, the 2 to be dismissed. 𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗂𝗃 on the other one. And this is what happened in the last delivery. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 muscling it over the top of cover and getting enough on it to make sure it reached the boundary. I think the cover got fingertips to it. Got a bit of it, slowed it down a bit, but not enough to stop it from going to the fence.
𝗂𝐶 Siddiqui, the leg spinner, couldn't pick up a wicket in the previous game he played. Wasn't part of the 11 in the first one. Bowled 5 overs for 35 runs. He is not like the other modern day leggies who usually wants to bowl first, but he is someone who relies on his flights, wants to put some revs on the ball. Call for the second run. They are going for the second one. Brilliant running between the wicket. The moment Van Heerden played the shot, he called for 2.
And he really challenged that fielder there, Rakibul. Despite Rakibul picking the ball up and throwing it when the batter was on the other end. He had to make his entire ground. Van Heerden and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, both of them. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 was running at the danger end, and he made his ground in time.
Had to wait for that. Took ages to reach the batter. So I was talking about 𝗂𝐶 Siddiqui. He likes to give the ball more flight. From kind of, you can say, Shenwan school of leg spin. He's got very good wrong one as well. Enticing the batter to go over the top.
Yeah, the field is set in such a way, long on, long off. Deep point and a deep square leg. So 𝗂𝐶 Siddiqui will be bowling mostly full. The batters can get vacant spaces behind the square if they sweep.
That was the wrong one. Picked up by the skipper, Van Heerden. He is looking good, but that was a brilliantly bowled delivery.
4 runs from the first 4 deliveries. South Africa emerging in the last over. They got 15. They're starting to get a move on. Bangladesh would be desperate for another wicket to stay ahead of proceedings.
Good looking drive for a single. Yes, Bangladesh probably they will feel a bit relaxed yet, but they will start to panic if they cannot dislodge this partnership.
He wants the last delivery bowled on the stumps, just the wicket keeper. Whatever happens will happen, but that will be the ball to bowl.
He couldn't replicate though after 13, 59 for 2.
Will be within 10 minutes.
Robin, better though.
Left arm round.
Perfect, hey, Ali, perfect, number 3 boy.
Rakibul comes back into the attack. Bit of flight from him. As I was saying, Sharnul, that he is working on his flight deliveries. Generally doesn't like to flight much, but if you want to make your way into the longer format of the game, you need to have different opinions, different weapons.
Flighted again. The batter looking to play down the ground, managing to play it square, but still another single taken. And yeah, Rakibul, he's another left arm off spinner who can bat a bit. The prototypical Bangladeshi cricketer, you would say. The home of left arm off spin.
This time played through the offside will be a single. Good work done from the fielder in the deep.
The reality is that in most other countries, you'd be seeing a player like Rakibul making his international debut and being a regular in any team. Because Bangladesh have such a depth of left arm off spinners, it's not easy to break through. Had he been a fast bowling all-rounder though, it would have been a different thing altogether.
Yes, Bangladesh is in search of one fast bowling all-rounder. We have seen a couple in this series for Bangladesh emerging team. Tufail Ahmed and Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. He opened the batting today, couldn't score much. In fact, went for a duck today. Yet to bowl. $63 for 2. 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui will continue from the far end.
Lovely boy.
We haven't really seen any turn from him. Well, that is a good delivery. 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui in anticipation of a wicket. Yes, Prithom encouraging his bowler. Flighter delivery, good looking shot. Mohkane picking up a single.
See, the key here, Shahid, right now is to just rotate the strike. The required run rate isn't something that's extravagant that makes you play big shots. 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui, though, because he's a leg spinner, will give you boundary balls.
Straight to the fielder. Ariful, this occasion. He dropped a catch few overs ago. Let's have a look at it again. Again, Ariful had some job to do, but this time he couldn't stop it.
You can see what the batters are doing right now. Every time they're looking to milk the single of 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui's bowling. If they can find it to be a bit too short and wide, maybe target that gap that's behind square, deep backward point, deep third, deep fine leg.
Also, the right-handed batters, they have the shorter boundary into the leg side, but if you want to exploit that opportunity, you have to go against the turn. And that is what probably 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui and Akbar Ali are expecting. That go against the turn. Take a chance. But the batters are not doing it at this moment. It's been very easy going for them. Picking up singles on regular intervals. End of another over. 67 for 2. Rakibul continuing. Bowled him! Van Heerden! That was an armour delivery. That was a valuable wicket. Van Heerden was looking so good. He missed a straight one.
He missed it and he knows how big his wicket is. Look at the way he's walking back. He's dejected with himself. Got a start on this occasion. Look at that flight it tossed up. It wasn't the straighter one. Yes, it kept low. It wasn't the slider, should I say. But it went straight. And Van Heerden, despite being on the back foot, couldn't get bat on ball properly. Gone for 34 from 42. South Africa emerging, losing their third wicket for 67. And with that, it is time for a drinks break.
Welcome back after the drinks. This is the fall of the last wicket. The skipper Van Heerden wanted to play from the crease. That kept a bit low, went straight. Van Heerden, what a timely wicket for Bangladesh and Rakibul. A partnership was building up between Heerden and 𝗂𝗃𝗃. 46 run stand comes to an end. First ball of the over, Rakibul, that's his second wicket today. After contributing immensely with the bat, he's now doing his job with the ball, which is his primary job. Conor Esterhuizen, the superstar batter for South Africa emerging, played brilliant knocks in both of the games. In the last one, the second game, he played an innings of 91. In the first one, played an innings of 71 on both occasions, striking over 100. This is a wicket Bangladesh will be looking for to pick up pretty early. As we resume the proceedings after the drinks break, let's welcome Alif Tasnim in the com box. Welcome back, Alif.
Thank you so much, Ajad. After the fall of the third wicket, the things are looking even Steven for both the sides, Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging. But this man is in really good form. Conor Esterhuizen has been the second highest run getter of the series.
Yes, second highest run getter, top scorer from South African emerging side. 162 runs, averaging 81. Rakibul into his fifth over. Already picked up a couple of wickets. And this is the time where things could get very tricky for both of the teams.
Kept a tad bit low. Rakibul purchased the last wicket in that fashion. The ball kept really low and went through the gate. This is turning out to be a great over from the perspective of Bangladesh emerging. No run, and of course the important breakthrough.
Wicket maiden from Rakibul after 16, 67 for 3.
The leggy 𝗂𝗎𝐶 𝗂𝗃𝗃 continues. Starts off with a flighted one and good fielding as well.
This is the perfect time for 𝗂𝗎𝐶 𝗂𝗃𝗃, the leg spinner, to bowl at South Africa emerging. Yes, they are not chasing a huge total, but they are under pressure at this moment. Lost 3 quick wickets.
Some turn, outside edge, long chase for Rabbi, but he doesn't get it. Boundary for 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, a streaky one.
Streaky one, lucky one, there was no slip. First hint of turn from 𝗂𝗎𝐶 𝗂𝗃𝗃. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 probably should have played that ball onto his front foot. He waited, decided to wait for the ball to come, played late, held the outside edge, and fortunate enough to pick up a boundary for him.
A welcome boundary for 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. 𝗏𝗂𝗃 taking a bit of time. Was looking to play a big hoik. It was a flipper from 𝗏𝗂𝗃. It's good to see that he's got all the variations in his armory.
Yes, you could see that 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 was waiting on his back foot, reading the length, but as it was a flipper, it kept a bit low. Good bowling from 𝗏𝗂𝗃. Again, risky ploy to wait on the back foot to a delivery that is bowled so fuller.
Apart from that boundary, he's going well. Even the boundary was not through a very good shot from 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃. He's testing 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 in this point in time. Slapped through the offside. Will be a couple of runs, but that doesn't look positive for Bangladesh emerging. There's a fielder who is down and seems like he is in pain.
Seems like he is in extreme pain. Probably got an awkward bounce. Let's have a look at it again. This Rakibul. I'm afraid that could be a shoulder dislocation. Rakibul, the body of the weight of his whole body was the whole body weight fall on his elbow. It seems all right. I don't think he's dislocated his shoulder. That's a good news for him and Bangladesh emerging team. Is the one causing some trouble for the batters. Already picked up a couple of wickets. Still 5 overs left in his quota. Akbar Ali looking a bit tensed. He knows that Conor Esterhuizen, Andila 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 and Dian Forrester, who is yet to come, these three are the batters. He wants to send them back quickly. Rakibul seems all right. Very strong lad, physically and mentally. Let's have a look at it again. There, that is the awkward fall. He lost balance while he was picking up the ball. Remember, his strong side is the left side. Thankfully, he is up and seems all right.
Yeah, fortunate for Bangladesh emerging, has been the key bowler for the side. If he was injured and out of the ground, that would be really ominous for the home side. So there was a pause in the game and now we're all set to resume. 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 has been in the middle for quite some time. 31 from 37. Was slightly struggling against 𝗏𝗂𝗃. Many kept things really tight. 𝗏𝗂𝗃 with the last delivery of this over. After 17, it's 73 for 3.
Three wickets have fallen so far for South Africa emerging. Michael Prince back in the hut for 2. Richard Seloane, he scored 5. Van Heerden, he was looking really good, but then missed a straight one from Rakibul. Kept a bit low as well. He went for 34. Andile 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃, he is also looking good, batting on 31. Conor Esterhuizen yet to get off the mark. Have to wait.
It's good to see 𝗂𝗃𝗃 back on bowling. Guess he was hurt, he was looking in pain. Fortunately for Bangladesh, and credit goes to the physio as well, spend a lot of time with him in the middle.
Waited for that to come. Conor Esterhuizen goes off the mark with that single.
Conor took some time to get off the mark. This goes to show that this is not the pitch where you can just go down and hit the ball. You need some time. You need to assess the conditions before playing your shots. That's what Conor is doing.
That was wide delivery. Tried to bowl it quicker. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 miss in the line.
Has been looking for that armor but overcompensating on this occasion.
Flighted one. Half stop, but it was in control. Not enough opportunity for the batters to go for the single.
Outside edge. Fortunate, and that beats the diving fielder as well. Will run away for a boundary. Once again, fortunate 4 runs for 𝗂𝗃𝗃.
I think 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 could have done a better job. No control whatsoever from the batter. He was a bit late to start. Also, after dropping, that ball turned away from the fielder, making his job even more difficult. Will be another wide. This is not good bowling from 𝗂𝗃𝗃. I feel he's trying too many things to dislodge this partnership.
Overcompensating in that mission of that armor. He just missed his line and the ball slided down the leg. 7 runs already from this 𝗂𝗃𝗃 over, and in the context of the game, this has turned out to be an expensive one. It will be important for the bowlers like 𝗂𝗃𝗃 to stay consistent and keep things as tight as possible for the visitors. It's hot, it's humid, they're struggling, and the home side should take the advantage of it.
𝗂𝗃𝗃 gets his third. That is Andile Mohakane, who was set and got out.
That's wicket number 3 for 𝗂𝗃𝗃, and his 3 wickets came through bowled. Once again, it went through the gate and hitting the timber. Mohakane found his stumps rattled. Jubilation for 𝗂𝗃𝗃. He can roar. So was Bangladesh merging as they got the 4th wicket. The visitors are under the pump now. Mohakane departs scoring 35. It's 80 for 4.
Dean Forrester already done his job on the field today in the first innings. Grabbed a brilliant catch to dismiss Rafsan. This is what he has done with his bat in his hand. Look at the strike rate, 140. unbeaten 96 in the second match, 115 runs from two innings. That's the second highest from the South African team, and that is the wicket fall. It was a fuller length delivery, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 played all over it. He wanted to go through long off, but it was not that delivery to play such a shot. Bowled on the middle and leg stump. 8 runs of the over, but the wicket of 𝗂𝗃𝗃 as well after 81 for 4.
Yeah, they're loving it. They are enjoying it thoroughly. The Rajshahi crowd has been amazing. Right from the inception of this series, they have come in numbers. They chanted for the home side. They also appreciated the efforts from the South African cricketers. They are in love with the game, not only for their side.
𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui to continue against Dean Forrester this time. Slip in place for Forrester. Flighter delivery. Excellent placement. Forrester, what a shot that was. Earns him a beautiful boundary.
He's not gonna hang about. Just the wicket fell. The pressure was on South Africa, but he decided to take the counter punch. Driven on the up. Through the cap. Boundary for Forrester. 𝗂𝗂 under the pressure right from the wide go.
And immediately we can see a couple of change in the field. The slip has gone out. Long off, it's been pushed towards the boundary line. The slip has gone to the short square leg position. I feel 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui will be trying a lot of googlies in this over against Dean Forrester, hoping for a top edge.
Went wider. Once again it kept a little low. Forrester being circumspect. They'll be looking to form a partnership. Both these batters are in a good nick. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 and Dean Forrester. And if they stand tall, that can be problematic for the Bangladesh emerging bowler Shahid.
Absolutely, that is the requirement currently for them. Flighter delivery just out of reach of 𝗂𝗂. It was very close.
If this was Ripon Mondol, this could be a catch. Unfortunately, 𝗂𝗂 could not reach to the ball. It chipped up in the air. Ooh, very close. Had his fingertips as well, but not within the grab. Unfortunate for Bangladesh emerging.
His bowling figures are not reflecting that, but 𝗂𝗂 Siddiqui is really bowling well at this moment. That has been a big appeal, and the dreaded finger is up. Dean Forrester, he does not want to leave the crease, but that is number 5, and that is a huge wicket.
Speaking of the figure, Shahid, now the figure will speak in 𝗂𝗂's favor as he got his first wicket and removed Forrester from the equation. Was coming from round the wicket. Some turn. Hitting the pads. Loud appeal as well. Kept low. And 𝗂𝗎 gets his first wicket. He can celebrate, and the crowd are also static as the 5th wicket falls down for Bangladesh, for South Africa emerging in fact. For 𝗬𝗏 scoring 6, South Africa emerging 86 for 5.
Yeah, center. Bowler coming over.
Rajshahi Pillai played the first game. Didn't got enough time to spend on the crease. Today, he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulder. That is another appeal. That is close, and that is another wicket for 𝗁𝗂𝗧 Siddiqui. That looked even closer than the previous one. That is what a leg spinner can do to you.
Well, all of a sudden, 𝗁𝗂𝗧 Siddiqui is on a hat-trick. Back-to-back wickets and back-to-back deliveries. Pillai goes back for the golden duck. It was an armour. It was a quicker armour. In fact, googly, I beg your pardon. Tossed up, quicker, plumb, easy decision for the umpire. And he will be on a hat-trick in the first delivery of his next over. After 19, South Africa emerging are 87 for 6. Pillai goes back for a golden duck.
The man of the moment was Siddiqui. I was just mentioning his figures do not reflect the way he is bowling, and immediately he picked up back-to-back wickets with consecutive deliveries, and he will be on hat-trick. 2 for 21 from 4. 𝗁𝗎𝗧 Siddiqui. Another googly to the new batter, and that is absolutely plump. They were not appealing, they were celebrating.
𝗁𝗎𝗧 didn't even look back. Driven will be a single to kickstart this Rakibul over.
Van Vuuren, we know he can bat. He did it well in the first game. An unbeaten 26 of 15 to finish things off with Conor Esterhuizen and unofficial Milane. In fact, it was unofficial Milane. He stitched up a brilliant partnership in the first game, but today it is a long task ahead. An uphill task for him. Rakibul picked up 3. Rabbi picked up 1. 𝗁𝗎𝗧 Siddiqui picked up a couple. A trial by spin is on.
The Bangladesh emerging spinners are ripping the heart out of the South African emerging batters. Van Vuuren, the new man in, 20 matches in his list of career, best of 54, has a lot of responsibilities in his shoulder. His team is under trouble. He has to play a responsible knock in this situation.
See, the problem is some balls are turning, some are not, and that is what the South African players are dealing with. And that is why they are having doubts whether to go forward or whether to stay on the back.
Height has also been an issue. All of a sudden the deliveries are staying very low. So that is also keeping the batters in confusion whether to play that in front foot or go back.
Only one of the over. Brilliant follow-up over from Rakibul after 28. It's 8 for 6.
Good bowling, good bowling, good bowling.
The bowling summary of Bangladesh emerging. 5 bowlers have been used, and 𝗁𝗚cy Siddiqui, the man of the moment, will be on a hat-trick in the first delivery of the next over. The skipper should post an aggressive field sit-up for the next delivery.
A slip in place. Crowd is behind 𝗁𝗚cy Siddiqui. Flighted one. Brilliant fielding. Ho ho! This Bangladeshi team are pumped up.
It's Ariful once again. The man in cover has saved so many runs with his diving efforts. He's a prolific fielder. Tossed up slightly wide. Went for the drive. Did the batter. And just look at that fielding. This is fantabulous work from Ariful. They were thinking of a couple, but the fielder does well to restrict them with a single. 𝗁𝗏𝗏 was there on that occasion.
You can feel the energy of the Bangladeshi emerging fielders currently. This was never going to be easy for the South African emerging batters, and we keep saying that since the fall of 8th wicket in the Bangladeshi innings, they let the Bangladeshi team score way too many runs for the last 2 wicket partnerships. Just imagine, Bangladesh were 118 for 8 in the 32nd over. Slip and a leg gully for the leg spinner 𝗁𝗚cy Siddiqui. Akbar has posted himself into that leg gully position. Beautifully bowled.
That leg gully is for the googlies, I reckon. If the batter goes to defend it, inside edges can be induced and that can spoon in the air, then the leg gullies will be in action. But 𝗁𝗁cy has been tremendous in this game. It's great to see the Bangladesh leg spinners are finding rhythm. Well bowled once again. Van Vuuren got off the mark just by picking up a single. This man on screen, Connor is the reason, has a massive role to play for South Africa emerging.
Down the leg side, 𝗁𝗁cy. He will try a lot of things now. And no harm doing that. Your opponent, they are in a position where you can do things, you can try new things out. 91 for 6. This 226 target is suddenly seeming like 276. Beautifully bowled again. Corner will pick up a single.
During the toss, the Bangladesh emerging skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃, he mentioned that we're looking to post something around 260. He reckoned that would be enough in this pitch. 225 has been posted by Bangladesh emerging batting first, which is seeming to be enough. And that's because of the bowling performance, especially from the spinners.
That's all, yeah, boy.
Single to end the over from 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗃𝗍 after 21, 93 for 6.
Change your left arm round.
The batting court for South Africa emerging. The skipper 𝗃𝗧 𝗏𝗃 played a good knock, 34 from 42. Mohakane was also going in good rate, 35 from 41. But then the riot from the Bangladesh spinners. No big numbers from Forrester, and Romashan Pillai went back for a golden duck. After 21, it's not 93 for 6. South Africa emerging. They're struggling certainly, and they'll be in search of a mammoth partnership for getting rid of that. So there's going to be a change of bowling. Mahfuzur Rabbi has been brought back. 10 runs from his 4 overs and a wicket as well. Well bowled, tossed up, will be a single.
Well, it was a predictable change, bowling change from 𝗂𝗃𝗃, because Raqibul Hasan, one of the key bowlers, he has already bowled 7 overs, 3 for 22. Raqibul Hasan. A pitch, caught and ball, corner Esterosen. He has to go back. Is this the final nail in the coffin for South Africa emerging team?
Wow, this is sublime from Bangladesh emerging bowlers. The big fish, Conor Esterosen, doesn't get to score big in this game. Mahfuzur Rabbi gets the wicket and removes the danger man. Look at that bounce. It chipped up in the air. There was a hint of turn as well. Rabbi takes the catch of his own bowling, and he is flying. He knows how big the wicket is. Bangladesh emerging are right on top. Conor goes back for 5. It's 94 for 7.
What an inspired bowling change by 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Yes, we were saying that it was inevitable kind of, because Raqibul has bowled 7 overs, but Rabbi coming back, picking up a wicket immediately. Change of ends works for Mahfuzur Rabbi. So Mahfuzur Rabbi, he is also getting a difficult contest through his teammate Raqibul Hasan for the player of the match award. Nkubani Mokoena. He is batting at number 8. So can anyone from South Africa play a Rakibul Hassan innings? Can anyone play a Mahfuzur Rabbi innings? Bangladesh lost their 7 wickets at the score of 118. They lost their 8 on the same score as well. South Africa falling behind at this moment, 94 for 7. This is the 22nd over. The sun is out. Certainly the Bangladeshi fielders, they are feeling a lot more comfortable. Immediately goes off the mark, Mokoena.
Van Buren and Mokoena, none of them are known for their batting prowess, Shahid. Their bowlers generally, yes, can bat a beat, so it's the perfect time for the Bangladesh emerging bowlers to cut the tail, since the tail already has been exposed of South Africa emerging. They should keep the pressure on. They can't be complacent and let them form a partnership like Rakibul and Rabbi.
Flighted, well flighted. Van Buren up to the task.
Spin is doing the trick for Bangladesh emerging. The spinners are on top, courtesy to Rakibul, Rabbi, Wasi, everyone. Also 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. They are dominating the match, dominating the South Africa emerging batters.
Pritham Kumar asking the fielders not to take their feet off the accelerator, because they know what can happen. Even everything seems to be down and out, everything seems to be finished. Cricket is a funny game. Anyone can rise to the occasion. Van Buren, we know he can bat. All Mokoena has to do is just provide a bit of support. Slight pause in the game. I'm not really sure what happened there. Arno Jacobs and Kamruzzaman, both umpires, they're talking to the skipper 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Probably the umpires are asking the skipper to ask his players to calm down a bit. This series has been played with a lot of fire, a lot of passion. Two young sides going up against each other. And what a brilliant series, what a brilliant series of cricket it has been. And definitely, but they have been penalized. They have been penalized for 5 runs, I guess. I'm not really sure why.
We are waiting for the confirmation about what has transpired in the middle. But still, the Bangladesh emerging skipper Akbar Ali is having words.
Probably one of the fielders stood in line of the wicket. I'm not really sure. I'm trying to pick up what Akbar is saying from the stump mic. Also, the ball has been changed. So lots of confusion out there.
Right. Confusion. A new ball has been brought. Was there something wrong with the ball? We have to wait for the confirmation. But good to know that we are about to resume the game. Rugby. That's cut. Will be straight to the fielder for a single. So that's the end of the 22nd over. South Africa emerging are 98 for 7. It's hot, it's sunny, it's bright at Rajshahi, and there you can see the spectators are using umbrella to take shade from the harsh sunlight. They're getting a good view as well from the terrace of a building which is right adjacent to the Rajshahi Divisional Stadium. This Rajshahi crowd has been crazy about cricket. So after 22, it's 103 for 7. 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗂𝐴 comes back, gets hit away for a single. It was flighted. Van Vuuren went for an expensive drive. It was hanging in the air for a while, but eventually landed safely.
Yeah, legs down. Legs down, right.
So just now we got the information that 5 runs were penalized in the last over because the umpires felt that someone has rubbed the surface of the ball on the grassy side of the pitch. Thus, this is a this could be a case of soft ball tempering. That is why the ball has been also changed and 5 runs has been gifted to South Africa.
It's not only about the 5 runs, there's a new ball which will be less comfortable for the spinners to grip and spin. So it's a room for South Africa emerging as well to find some runs.
Flighted delivery from 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗂𝐴. So clearly the umpires have a closer look at the proceedings. We are seeing only spinners operating at this moment from both ends, and there is no signs of any pace bowlers coming soon. So clearly, if something happened like working on the ball, that clearly could help the spinners out, and that is why the umpires did not like it at all. Goes big, catch it is the call, and it goes over the fielder's head. Van Vuuren, that was a much needed over boundary for him.
With that 6, it's Nelson on the board for South Africa emerging. Van Vuuren had to swing against the turn. A slog sweep comes in. He was down on his knee and thumped it over mid-wicket. A fielder, he thought he might be in contention, but no, it was well over his head.
Quicker delivery. Short ball. Muscled for another boundary. Van Vuuren was ready for that length. Brilliant batting.
And all of a sudden, 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗂𝐴 is under the pressure. Short delivery. And banged by Van Vuuren. Going through onside. Piercing the field beautifully. Just past the diving fielder. 10 runs from the last two, 11 from 12 from this over. Yet a delivery to go.
across the line. Brilliant hit. Way over the leg side, the square leg region. The second six in this over. Counter attack from Van Vuuren, 121 for 7.
This was the last six. A stellar of a shot from Van Vuuren. He's taking the counter punch. What a shot. Through backward of square. Wings deployed by Van Vuuren. Change in bowling, 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗃𝗃 comes in with some pace action, and there's a change of voice in the comm box as well. Let's welcome Shanu Rabbani.
Thank you, Alif. And my goodness, plenty of Bangladesh flags out in the gallery. Lots of people gathered around. Fans waiting in anticipation for a series win for the emerging team. Van Vuuren, though, the last over, he had different ideas, showing some lower order fight. Can Mokoena and Van Vuuren form a partnership? After many overs of spin, we're finally seeing some pace back. 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗃𝗃 bowled just the 2 overs before this.
The reason can be the ball is new. After that issue, a new ball has been brought, which might be a bit difficult for the spinners to grip in and bowl. Hence, 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗃𝗃 has been brought back. Had a short spell of 2 overs with the new ball. Now it's his duty to make the ball as older as he can. The crowd are enjoying, though, the series decider between these two sides.
And what's important is that the people are being entertained with some good cricket from the Bangladesh emerging team. The way they fought back with the bat and now with the ball, they've really done a number on the visiting South African emerging side. The pitch has also played its tricks, helping the spinners, keeping low from time to time. But look at that. That is a sea of support for the home side. And this is in Rajshahi. Keep in mind, it's a weekend, it's a holiday, Friday. Driven nicely, and that will race away. 4 more to Van Vuuren.
He is here to make the home crowd silent, spoiling the party for them. 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗃𝗃 went fuller, and the way he drove the ball, that was picturesque. Through the covers, look how nicely he held his pose. Lovely shot from Van Vuuren.
100 needed now, 3 wickets in hand. Played with softer hands after a boundary, taking a single. Partnership now moves on to 28 from 15.
They were in need of a big partnership, South Africa emerging. Lost too many wickets in quick succession. but no shortage of support for the home side. And 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, the busy skipper, has always the support of the crowd on his back.
And that will allow Mokoena, Kobani Mokoena, taking a single to finish things off. 7 of this over after 24. It's 128 for 7.
না ড্রিঙ্কস না 8 মিনিট বাকি আছে এখন
That roof is feeling the heat of the number of people on top of it. Mind you, that is not part of the stadium, just behind the stadium, in front of the gallery. Or should I say just behind the gallery. Big turnout as expected on a Friday. The noise is palpable.
Left him round.
And after a few expensive overs, it's time for another bowling change. Captain 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 bringing back Mahfuzur Rabbi. He's taken 2 for 15 in his 5. Him and Rakib will really jostling for that player of the match award if Bangladesh emerging end up on the winning side. But can Van Vuren or Mokoena have a different say? They bowled well, especially Van Vuren.
You could see Shahnur, Mahfuzur Rabbi is using the dust for gripping the ball. That goes to show the spinners are facing difficulty. Oh, well bowled. That one came back in sharply with the arm.
Yeah, almost hit timber, as we've seen on a couple of occasions. And immediately Mokoena takes a different route. Looks to go down the ground, long on, long off, in play. If he's playing that shot, there is an element of risk involved. The bowler won't mind if he's bowling that and playing that shot against that sort of a ball. Not part of the team today, suspended for this match. Zishan Alam had an altercation. Andil Similane, the other player who's been suspended just for this match.
Bit of misfield will allow the batters to go for a single, but it's a good fight back from Van Vuren. All of a sudden he took the attack and started hitting boundaries and over boundaries. That has kept the Bangladesh emerging bowlers under pressure now, Shahnur.
And he's guiding Mokoena. Just before this delivery is bowled, Mokoena's on strike, and we saw him trying to slog a delivery which went to long on. The bowler won't mind if Mokoena continues in a similar vein. Could see his stumps rattled. This time it's a much better shot. And they're willing to give them the single. Van Vuren back on strike. No boundaries in this over. It's been a good one from Rabbi. That's what they're saying. The partnership is building, but this is their last pair. It won't be a problem if they can bowl like this. Another single to finish the over. 4 off it. After 25, it's 132 for 7.
Good over, bhai, come on.
The bowling curve for Bangladesh emerging. 5 bowlers bowled this far. 3 wickets for Rakibul, 2 for Rabbi, 2 for Wasi. So it's all about the spinners. Thus far, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗃𝗶𝗃𝗏𝗏 remained wicketless. 𝗃𝗏𝗏 went slightly expensive in this game, was really frugal in the second one-dayer though, bowled with the economy rate of 2.7. And that was a game with 33 in fact, 32 to be precise, was scored by South Africa.
Yeah, lots of signs out. They want to watch more Bangladesh games here. Rakibul and Rabbi bowling in tandem as they formed a partnership with the bat. Looking to form one with the ball. Already have taken 5 of the 7 wickets that South Africa emerging have lost.
They have to get the wicket of Van Vuuren. That's what 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 was mentioning. If they can get him, then the match will belong to Bangladesh Emerging. Mokoena on the other hand, providing a good support to Van Vuuren. Hint of turn from Rakibul.
And that's what he's saying, that don't give up. Keep up the good work. That's what the captain 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is saying for Bangladesh Emerging. The last pair, one of them fall, and just 2 more wickets away. It could end quickly.
The Bangladesh Emerging bowlers have to keep things tight. When the wickets are not coming, they need to focus on producing dot deliveries. The dots will create the pressure on the batting side, and the batters will make mistakes. But they have to wait for it. The patience has to be there.
Rakibul told to bowl faster, and he does that against Van Vuuren. Yes, a bit down the leg side, but he's bowling faster and flatter against Van Vuuren because he's taking the aerial route.
Good ploy from Rakibul. And just like the first phase, he's relying on his armours.
3 runs from the first 5. Mokoena being the more sedate and watchful of the two. We've seen Van Vuuren go bang bang a couple of overs ago. That was against Rajshahi Siddique. Almost. Somehow missing the stumps. After 26, it's 135 for 7. Well, we had a drinks break and now we're back again. As you can see, two big mangoes in the city of mangoes here in Rajshahi. Shahid, a while ago when he saw them, made a request to a director for some mangoes and lychees. Didn't work, Shahid's words going in vain. But this is just one of those cities you want to come to, you should visit. Easy to get out, very simple to travel. 91 needed from 144 with just 3 wickets in hand. Nothing easy and simple for South Africa emerging. For Bangladesh though, they seem to be 1 wicket away. 1 more wicket and you get the feeling that this crowd will erupt in joy with the Bangladesh flags. They're waiting. The ice creams are out. They're finding ways to keep themselves cool and entertained.
And if that wicket is Van Vuuren, then the level of joy and excitement will increase for sure. Robbie may continue. Has bowled really well, but don't forget about the innings he played with the bat. The team was under extreme trouble, lost 8 wickets, then he came and performed. The crowd are already up on their feet. They want to experience the victory of Bangladesh merging. All set with the red and green flag. They're cheering. Mahfuzur Rahman comes back. 19 runs for 2 wickets. From 6 overs, 17 dots. Good economy rate as well. These people want to see another wicket.
Let's play.
The way Van Vuuren is batting is almost paying respect to Rabbi and Rakibul. They probably want to target the other bowlers. Rabbi's being told to turn one. He does so, but in the end bowls it a bit too short. Results in an easy single for Van Vuuren on long off.
The spinners have played a crucial role in this Bangladesh emerging bowling innings, but none of the spinners turned the ball much. We haven't seen big turns.
Almost. Mokoena. No big turn. Playing for it, and in the end inside edging it very close to the stumps.
Great bowling from Rabbi. Even with the new ball, which has been brought in after that incident. That one could be risky for Mokoena.
Yeah, long on and long off there. There's also a cover, mid-wicket, point.
Good ball, good ball, good ball, good ball.
The cover will do the fielding. There's a short third, short fine leg. And then there's a deep point and a deep square leg. So it has to be full and straight. It's a bit too straight on this occasion. Results in another single. Just 2 from this over. After 27, it's 137 for 7.
Feeling bad. Rabbi goes out. He's feeling bad. Feeling in.
A change in bowling. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 back with the ball, and that means Rakibul has been given a break after the drinks break. And Mahfuz Rabbi, he's also walking off. Maybe to cool down a bit, take some refreshments. Yeah, waving the flag high. And why not? Bangladesh are on the ascendancy, the emerging team. Massive cheer as they can sense something big happening. And they've been the 12th man for the home team. 43-run partnership building. The biggest one in the innings so far.
Oh yeah.
Between Mokoena and Van Vuren, and Parvez 𝗬𝗲𝗄 skidding the first ball in. That's the second highest partnership, beg your pardon. 46 is the highest.
Oh!
Almost! This time the extra turn. But in the end, a leg by and a run.
That was a peach of a delivery from Sheikh Parvez 𝗬𝗲𝗄. Tossed up. Some extra bounce and turn. Oh! That went to everyone. The keeper was also unable to grab that. He badly needs to bowl another one to get rid of Van Vuren.
They send down the leg and a misfield. 𝗂𝚉 Siddique, the fielder. In the end, it results in another single for Van Vuren, who moves on to 33. Mokoena back on strike.
Slowly this partnership is building. Remember, Bangladesh built a big partnership. 9th wicket. South Africa emerging are just repeating that. Once again, sharp turn and bounce. So Parvez 𝗬𝗲𝗄 just needs to find the right line. Should toss it up and pitch outside the off stump. If he can get that bounce after pitching, that can be fruitful for him.
Kept low. Again a misfield. Would have been a certain run out.
My goodness. This could be the wicket number 8, and this could break the partnership as well. Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan, what have you done? Should have been an easy throw. Look at the frustration on 𝗬𝗲𝗄's face.
And Mokoena started to run, then stood his ground, seeing that it's going straight to the fielder. And once the misfield happened, he completed his run. Still the crowd supporting, as they always do. A deep mid-wicket, long on, in place. A deep square leg as well for Van Vuren. Too short. That fielder will come into action. Just a single. Almost feeding him that ball to try and play over the top. He decides against it. After 28, it's 141 for 7.
Captain informed 3 minutes down. 3 minutes down.
Look from where he is watching the match, from his balcony. Has an air-conditioned room. As you can see, the machine right beside him. But no, he chose to endure that heat just for experience this game. This is insane. The love, the passion for cricket is absolutely incomparable. Rajshahi crowd is sensational. Still, a lot of people are coming. The galleries are getting filled. Rabbi comes back, delivers a good delivery. Bit of confusion, might end up in run out, but no, once again.
Just a single from the first delivery. Van Vuuren was thinking about the second. The fielding, the backing up was good. This is what is expected. Mahfuzur Rabbi slightly frustrated, wanted a run out, but it really wasn't there. Mokoena on strike. Rabbi has 2 more overs after this. Plays it straight. 1 more added to the total.
So 2 singles from the first 2. Rabbi has to find a way out of getting rid of Van Vuuren. The crowd is still roaring, of course roaring in favor of Bangladesh emerging. 50 partnership already between these two. This is looking ominous for Bangladesh emerging, Shanur.
Yeah, the biggest one now in the innings for South Africa emerging. 2 dot balls. Mahfuzur Rabbi trying to get Mokoena frustrated. He's on 11 from 26, while Van Vuuren is on 36 from 28. Watches it till the end. Just 3 from this over. Another good one for Bangladesh emerging. South Africa 144 for 7.
They are chanting. They are loving the game. The red and green is flying high. So many flags in the hands of the crowd. Wherever this team goes, they get a lot of support from the home crowd.
The last few overs, if you've noticed, Alif, Van Vuuren has barely gotten the strike. It's mostly been Mokoena, so Bangladesh are trying to tie up one end. Increasing the number of deliveries Mokoena's facing. Van Vuuren came much earlier. And it's been quite a few overs since the last boundary. So despite the partnership forming, It's not been easy work in the last few overs for the South Africa emerging batters. This is a loosener. After a long time, an easy delivery. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗂𝐽 releases the pressure. Van Vuuren gets 4 more.
The line has been a problem for 𝗂𝗏. Yes, he was getting turn and bounce, but the line should have been correct. It was sneaking down the leg. The turn took the ball further away. And Van Vuuren says thank you very much. A boundary. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗂𝗽 will be under the pressure.
Yeah, Van Vuuren moves on to 40 now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, run out opportunity! In the end, he makes his ground. The throw wasn't great. And the batter Mokoena put in the dive. He was wondering. He had gone more than halfway. And yeah, the dive certainly saved him. A good call by the on-field umpire, Arne Jacobs.
The throw could be better. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗽 had to collect it and then move and then break the stumps. That took a lot of time. Look, he had to turn around and then break the stumps. So if he didn't need that time, this could be a close call.
You see, despite the boundary, just 4 runs from the first 5 deliveries. I think we've seen that sign before. And that's the breakthrough! Van Vuuren is dismissed. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃 gets the wicket. The final ball of the over does the trick. Hot and bold. Van Vuuren gone.
The crowd are loving it. The biggest fish has been caught. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 has the last laugh. There was a little cat and mouse game was going on between Van Vuuren and 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. Straight chipped in the air, and he takes a very good catch, a low catch of his own bowling. And he should celebrate, as this is the biggest wicket of the day for Bangladesh emerging. Van Vuuren departs scoring 40. It's 148 for 8.
So this is how it transpired. The last wicket, 𝗂𝗏 making no mistake, taking a low catch, diving forward as the crowd erupts. Rajshahi rocking, Bangladesh emerging on top. Just 2 wickets away now from a series win against South Africa emerging. And it's the spinners once again who have done the trick.
But they have to remember, the job is not yet done. Bangladesh emerging formed a mammoth partnership in the 9th wicket, courtesy to Rakibul and Rabbi. And a little team meeting has also taken place in the middle. It's good to see 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is having conversation with the other players as well, not taking the decision just by his own.
It's been a really hard-fought match and series. Both teams haven't given up an inch. sometimes tempers flaring over the line. 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗂𝐽, the new batter, really known for his batting. Or should I say really not known for his batting. Wow, down the ground, hits the stump, still manages to go quite a distance. He really muscled that.
The stumps really worked as a fielder for Bangladesh emerging on that occasion. Otherwise, it would have been a boundary for sure. That one keeps within a single. Saves 3 runs for the home side. And 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗂𝗃 will face his first delivery. Bowled well, but not known for his batting prowess.
Yeah, center, correct. Leg, one leg.
The crowd, they were exuberant, they were vocal, and they're loving the atmosphere.
The call is for 2, they wait, it's just a single as the 150 comes up for South Africa emerging.
It's 150 for 8. Mokoena still in the middle. Rabbi will be eyeing for the Mokoena wicket. Well, someone is down. It's Rabbi having some cramp, I reckon.
Yeah, he's been struggling for a bit. We've seen him go into the dugout in between overs as well. Struggling with what seems like an ankle issue. More than cramps perhaps. But you can see how dedicated he is after scoring runs with the bat. Taking 2 wickets, he's into his 9th over. He's got 1 more over left after this. He knows his side are 2 wickets away. Team is on the brink of a series win. Wants to give it his all.
It's good to see he's up again and walking properly. Bangladesh emerging needs his service.
So Rabbi's just saying, if I want to stand and bowl, will it be an issue? Will there be a problem if I just stand and bowl the last few deliveries? The umpire saying no problem whatsoever. So I think Rabbi doesn't want to have a run up. Just bowl the last few deliveries. Let's see how things go. After this, I reckon he won't be bowling another over. But he's really put in a shift. Him and Rakibul. Still with a bit of a run up, or should I say walk up. Reminds you of a certain Arshad Khan. I don't know if you were old enough to watch him live. Alif?
That was close to the stumps. Good fielding from the skipper. Restricted the batter within a single. Arshad Khan, interesting. I've heard his name, but who was he, Shanur?
Yeah, it was a Pakistani spinner. Had a very similar run up. Now this time it's been tonked over, and it's away for 4 more. This time off the bat of Mokoena.
That was the quicker from Rabbi, and Mokoena used the full pace of the bowler. Went straight down the ground over the top and earns himself a boundary. 6 runs already. This boundary spoils this over. That was hit really hard. Went like a bullet.
That's the final good delivery. 6 off this over. It's 154 for 8.
The people of Mango City appreciate Bangladesh Cricket Board and T-Sports for broadcasting this beautiful event. The former cricketers, they have also gathered, the former cricketers from Rajshahi, to be specific. It's a lovely atmosphere here at Divisional Stadium Rajshahi.
Jibon took a wicket in the last over. Will that be another? The batter gets in the way of the throw and that seems to have hurt him. And 𝗂𝗎𝗄𝗎 immediately calling for help. Players falling left, right and center from Bangladesh and now from South Africa. Seems to have hit his ankle maybe. We'll see in replays.
It's really hot out there, Shahanur, and it's difficult for the players as well. We have to have a second look there. Ooh, the ball has struck. And there was no protection of pads as well. That has struck his muscle. And 𝗂𝗎𝗄𝗎 looks to be in pain.
Yeah, the face says it all. And immediately after completing the run, he asked for help. The game has slowed down quite a bit because of these breaks in play, but take nothing away from the players and what they're doing. You can see what a victory means, a series win means for either team. Yeah. You can see he's receiving the magic spray on his left leg.
And 𝗂𝗎𝗄𝗎 is looking to recover. Interesting. The crowd. And one thing, Shahanur, that we regularly see the crowd, they come in numbers, they support the home side. But in Rajshahi, we got to see the crowd also cheered for the away team as well, the visitors. When Connors Tourism hit some good shots, the crowd appreciated that as well. I'm just in love with them.
Yeah, keenly contested series, and I think the crowd, they appreciate the fact that a quality team has come this way and they have been thoroughly entertained with some good hard-fought cricket. All three games have been close contests. This one, although dominated by Bangladesh emerging for the most part, is still not over. And they say it's not over till the fat lady sings. Well, by that they mean it's not over till it's over, and still 2 wickets left. Mokoena's there and 𝗂𝗎𝗄𝗎 is there with him. Jibon will do the fielding off his own bowling. Already has taken a wicket that way. Looking to go over the top, and you can see why the wicketkeeper was excited, because that the target is 226 for South Africa emerging. They're currently on 155 for 4.
Oh yeah, Jibon.
Jibon is bowling a very tidy over. The spinners have done the trick for the hosts once again. All 8 wickets by them. Just a single from this over. After 32, it's 155 for 8.
Left him round.
More spin. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 has 2 overs left. He's being brought back into the attack after Mahfuzur Rabbi. He's taken off. What a fan he is. He's been standing there the entire match from his house and waving this flag even when Bangladesh were behind in this match, even when they were losing wickets in a heap. Another dot ball. The pressure is building and 𝗃𝗠𝗃𝗃 tentative whether to run or not.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is back to pick up the bowlers from Bangladesh emerging. One of the contenders of being the player of the match as well, as you rightly mentioned previously. So if he can take another wicket, I don't think there will be much confusion left.
Played nicely off the back foot. Again a dot ball. Let's take a look at the field setup. There is a long on. There is a deep point. There is a deep square leg. He can afford to be slightly short if he wants to be. Mostly an aggressive field setup. 3 fielders inside the circle on the offside and 3 on the leg side inside the circle as well. Bowling stump to stump is 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Had it spun a bit more, would have been out.
For sure. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 was having his hands on his head. He knows it was missing down the leg. Bowling it slightly wider outside the off stump on this occasion. 5 dots on the trot. This can turn into a maiden over from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
In fact, a bit of bat involved in that shot as well. In the end, not a maiden, just a single though. An excellent over by 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. It's 156 for 8.
Wow, this is incredible. The female audience, they're also enjoying the game from the rooftop, and they also have the umbrellas on for protecting the heat of the sun. I'm just amazed seeing the love, the passion of the Rajshahi crowd. They can do anything for spectating a game of cricket where Bangladesh is playing. Doesn't really matter whether it's the national team. Rabbi is back. Starts off well. That was tossed up 1 second quicker in 𝗃𝗠𝗃𝗃. Hits it to mid-on. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 although hit a boundary against Rabbi in that sort of delivery previously. That was flighted. Gave a bit of air, did Rabbi. That's a big shot. Is that big enough? Oh, yes! Just enough to go all the way for 6.
A pressure releasing shot after a long time. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 on his hunches, putting in a big effort there. Rabbi continuing and again punished down the ground. Brilliant effort. It's that partnership again between 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 and Rabbi. Seems to be struggling a bit. Wow, a celeb repeal, but I believe there was no connection. He is saying he's heard something. The umpire unmoved.
Once again, a quicker from Rabbi. 𝗃𝗠𝗃 went for the cut.
Oh! Oh!
This one hurried, literally hurried on the batter. Just a 6, but apart from that 6, it's been a good over from Rabbi.
An appeal out of desperation, I believe. He's done with his 10. 2 for 36. South Africa emerging after 34. 162 for 8.
Bowling change. Right arm over the kick.
𝗂𝗂 Siddiq back into the attack. 2 for 44. Mokoena and Ntuli, can they form a partnership? That was the shot from the last over against Mahfuzur Rabbi. The big 6 almost caught by Rakibul on the boundary. 70 meters. Cut, misfield. The ball is racing away. Will be another 4. Mokoena moves to 20.
That was absolutely a freebie from 𝗂𝗂 Siddiq. It was short, it was wide outside the off stump. Mokoena went back for the cut. That was straight to the fielder, but he made a meal of it. 3 runs, at least 4 runs, in fact, not 3 runs. Nothing much to do for Ripon Mondola's spell.
Well, the fielding has to be better for sure. Went straight to him, missed it. The googly this time played confidently off the back foot. That means Mokoena understands his googly quite well.
He should eye for Ntuli on this occasion, I reckon. He's not looking that comfortable like Mokoena. If you can deceive him somehow, that will be his number 3 for 𝗂𝗂 Siddiq.
Cut, but this time the fielding is much better. With a target of 226. Bangladesh emerging just 2 wickets away. The required run rate is a measly 3.81, but it's the number of wickets. Outside edge. The ball is racing away. 4 more, this time off the bat of Ntuli. South Africa emerging, moving on to 171 now. 9 runs from the over so far. 2 deliveries left. As I welcome back Shahid Udash in commentary.
Thank you so much, Shanur. There's a saying, when you slash hard, Ntuli did just that. And in no time, they traveled to the boundary. Current run rate once again touching towards 5. Upishly played! There was an opportunity. Past that flying fielder at short covers. This is a good over for South Africa emerging, already 10 of it.
And I think it was Jibon, the fielder, who's down. Hopefully he hasn't hurt himself. It's Ariful, in fact. 10 runs from the first 5 deliveries. Had to dive into one of the pitches. Never easy when you're fielding there. Yeah, and I think it's the leap that took his breath away. Rizwan doing the backup fielding. The key thing here is this battle right now. How they deal with 𝗂𝗂 Siddiq. because they're really not targeting the other bowlers. Rabbi is done with his 10. There is 1 over left for Rakibul. Jibon has a few overs left, and it's Wasi Siddiqui who they're targeting. They'll want to target Wasi Siddiq, and I believe the pacer.
I wonder whether Akbar Ali is thinking about Rizwan or not. Ariful injured himself with that dive to grab that catch. Yes, Wasi Siddiqui being the leg spinner, it's been evident that he could bowl a few loose deliveries every now and then. This time that was not a loose delivery, it was a flighted one. It was a good shot by Ntuli and a very good effort from Ariful. It was just out of reach. A fully extended dive couldn't even stop the ball. Wasi Siddiqui, he also has 3 overs left. And yes, they will target Wasi Siddiqui, but at the same time, leg spinners can turn the game anytime. Wasi already picked up a couple of wickets, and that too was of consecutive deliveries. He was on a hat-trick.
And what's the field set up for Wasi for the final delivery? Long on, long off there. There's a deep point. There's a deep square leg. So he's being told to bowl full. No protection behind. And it's hit straight down the ground. That's gone a mile. Massive 6 from the bat of Mokoena. After 35, it's 178 for 8.
Probably the biggest 6 of the series. Forget about the match. This is out of here. Whew. I'm pretty sure spectators behind that side screen, they didn't see it coming. Watch out! Your life is in danger. Mokoena came to bat at number 10, and how well he is batting. Yes, after the fall of 7 wickets, there was a question. Who will be the Rabbi? Who will be the Rakibul in batting for South Africa emerging? First Van Buren and now Mokoena. They raise their hands.
So too as Ntuli, 14 off 18. Take nothing away from what he's doing, supporting Mokoena to his best ability. I think these overs by Parvez Jibon are very important. He's got 3 more after this. They want him to be the wicket taker. Rakibul has just 1 over left. Yeah, quick single is taken. Frustration in the field.
The main issue for Bangladesh is the required run rate. It's not very high. It is in favor of South African team. Beautifully played with softer hands, and the moment he played it, he knew that he could gather a single. Frustration from the bowler Mokoena. That's the wicket to pick up for Bangladesh. Despite losing few wickets in regular interval, South Africa team, they didn't really bog down. Credit to them.
There's that never say die attitude from the Proteas that we're seeing in the emerging side as well. Now, a no-look shot. How great is that? All the way for half a dozen from Mokoena once again.
What a shot. Yes, it was over-pitched. Yes, it was onto the leg side. But lot of style in that shot. Look at that, Mokoena. He's not even looking He knows where it's heading to. The fielder at the deep mid, he had to go back and collect the ball from outside the boundary. Single to end the over. Mokoena keeps the strike to himself. 8 of it. A brilliant over for South African emerging team after 36. 186 for 8.
Runs needed from 84 deliveries, but more importantly, just 2 wickets in hand, and all of a sudden we're seeing another lower order partnership. We saw that in the first innings when Bangladesh emerging were batting, and now South Africa emerging's tail is also wagging. After a lot of overs of spin, we will see some pace. Now he has a job to do. Can he get the breakthrough? Because last over was a momentum shifting one for South Africa emerging. Mokoena took on Parvez and he got the result that he wanted. Parvez has 3 more overs left. There's 1 more over from Rakibul, so that's 4 overs of spin. And then you have 𝗂𝗎 Siddique as well, who is going for plenty. He's got 3 more overs, 7 overs of spin left, and the remaining overs will have to be bowled by pace.
Yes, 5 bowlers used so far and still no sign of Rizwan. Maruf Mrida has come back to bowl this 37th over. Single of the first ball. Rizwan bowled the 49th over in the previous game and he picked up a wicket. So he is someone who can say that, hey, remember me? I can bowl the overs at the death. You can rely on me. As you said that only 7 more overs of spin, and I really wonder whether 𝗂𝗎 Siddique is someone who comes top of mind of Akbar Ali.
Given he's got overs left, but he's been expensive. 𝗵𝗠𝗎𝗓 versus Maruf. This should be interesting. Bangs it short. 𝗵𝗠𝗎𝗓's up to the task. Gets off strike. Partnership moves on to 40 from 38.
I'll still say in favor of giving at least 1 over to Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. If he bowls well, then go for the 2nd over. That will open up a lot of options. Maruf Mrida, I don't think he has developed a good Yorker yet. Yes, he got variation in his pace, but is that enough? Uppishly played! Maruf Mrida was in his follow through, but it was always falling away from him.
That's how the last wicket came about. A cotton bowled by Gibbon. A change in pace, almost doing the trick. Now, I want to have a look at the field. Deep third is up. There's a deep backward point. There's a deep square leg. Short fine. And a short third. So that's telling us the field is set for some short bowling. But now, the deep third is coming inside the circle. And the long off is patrolling the boundary. So there's a long off and a long on. So he might bowl a bit fuller now. Doesn't bowl according to the field at all. Gives away an easy single to Mokoena.
Yes, these are the runs that will hurt Bangladesh emerging team. These are easy pickings for the batters. Maruf Mrida sets the field for a fuller length delivery, and what he does is a short of length delivery onto the leg stumps. Even the angle he is bowling that made even easier for the batter. Coming around the wicket, bowling at the body.
Unless he wants 𝗵𝗠𝗎𝗓 on strike on purpose, knowing that he's the lesser of the 2 batters.
Yes or no, yes or no? finally decided against it.
7 minutes to drinks. The last one? The last one? 7 minutes to drink.
𝗂𝗧𝗧 asking for a break probably. And umpire is saying that no breaks will be allowed because only 7 minutes to go for the drinks break. Good to see umpire Kamruzzaman helping him out. Yes, the day started with a overcast condition, but now the sun is out and this is extremely hot once again out there. Last ball of the over. Can Maruf pick up a wicket for Bangladesh team? No, he cannot. Not in this over. 4 of this over after 37. 190 for 8.
South Africa needing 36 runs, 2 wickets in hand. They've got 13 overs left. 190 for 8. It's been a low-scoring affair between the two teams. I wouldn't call it a thriller yet. But yes, the match is hanging in the balance, especially with this partnership and 𝗂𝗧𝗧 there. The crowd, they've quieted down a bit. They were roaring just a while ago when the last wicket fell, especially of Van Vuren. Bangladesh might have thought that was the last nail in the coffin. Rakibul back after a long discussion between some of the players. Plenty of experience in this emerging side for Bangladesh. Experience in the sense of captaincy. A lot of captains from the under-19 setup coming in and playing here. So all helping Akbar Ali out with decision making, including Rakibul, who's a former captain himself.
There is also Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, who also captained in the NCL T20. Rakibul Hassan, this is his last over. Akbar Ali demands a wicket from him. Can he deliver? Yes, he can! Yes, he can! The threaded finger is up! And 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has to depart! That's the 9th wicket down! Rakibul delivers at the time the team needed the most!
What a ball. It's the straighter one once again. That's the one that's been doing the trick for him. His 4th wicket now. South Africa emerging 1 wicket left for them. Bangladesh 1 wicket away from a victory and a series win. The crowd erupts, and why not? They know they're so close to winning. A partnership of 42 runs is broken. 𝗂𝗧𝗧's there, but it's 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗃 who has to go. Let's have another look. It's on the line. It's plumb as you can get. Rakibul almost celebrates while appealing. And the umpire, Arne Jacobs, also obliges. 𝗚𝗏𝗃 gone for 17. He played a decent hand of 24 deliveries. South Africa emerging 190 for 9.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, it's Rakibul once again. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗃 wanted a wicket and he delivered, short leg in place. Oh, that is an appeal for stamping, passing that outside edge. And Danwa, number 11. Welcome back, Alif.
Thank you so much, Ajit. What a delivery that was. Side, turn, bounce, that hit everything. Dangwa, 3 wickets with the ball in hand. Can he deliver with the bat? His team needs his service. This is the last wicket partnership. South Africa, they can also win. It's even Steven for both the sides.
40 runs, 42 runs of 40 balls. Stitching up a partnership of 84. When the team was down and out, 118 for 8. Then with the ball, every time he comes back, he picks up a wicket for his keeper. What a day for Rakibul. Beautifully bowled once again. He is asking some questions.
The best part, he is humming around the stumps. Not much room for the batters to free their arms. Testing the batters with tight line, length. Having a great day.
Silly point in place. With a slip. And Dangwa.
You can do it, man. You can do it.
He has to survive this delivery. This is the last ball from Rakibul. Changing the angle. Coming over the wicket. Changing the angle again. I think this is a mind game going on against number 11. There is an appeal. There is an appeal. No, not a hit from the umpire. It was almost there. Everyone in anticipation. What an over. Wicket maiden. What a spell of bowling. 4 for 26 from his 10. 190 for 9. What was the issue? What was the issue? It turned, yes, probably it was height, it was going over, probably Alif. You were right. I thought it was sliding down the leg side.
And at the back, there was also Shahid Rabbani waiting. He was also asking the question, what has transpired? Why that's been given not out? Change in bowling, it's Maruf Mridha comes back for his third spell. His first spell was for 2 overs, second one also for 2 overs. Into his third now.
Goes big. There is protection in the deep. All depends on Mokoena now. He takes a single in the first ball of the over.
Is the last ray of hope for South African merging. Dangwa, the new batter, Maruf Mridha, should eye for his wicket. Just a wicket to get for Bangladesh merging. Doesn't really matter who gets dismissed. Just a wicket has to be on the bag.
Record run rate less than 3. That is not a problem. The problem is the wicket column. Blocks and runs for his life. Get it! The finger is up! The finger is up! Bangladesh wins the match, wins the series. Ariful is the center of attention right now. Everyone is celebrating with him carrying over the shoulders. What a game of cricket. What a sad end for Mokoena. He tried his heart out, but it was not enough. A jubilant crowd. They have come in numbers to witness a win, a series win for the home team.
Wow, what a game of cricket. A magnificent end. Once again, it's a cliffhanger. A humdinger of a contest between these two sides. And eventually, it's Bangladesh merging who go on to win it. A pathetic end for the visitors. A direct hit. And they are elated. The crowd. The stadium is packed. They have come in numbers, supported the team with whole heart. And their support doesn't go in vain, as their favorite team celebrate the series victory against South Africa merging. Handshakes all around. But the celebration in gallery will go on. Rajshahi. This has been a memorable series for both the sides. A memorable venue. Happy faces, smiling faces in dugout, in the gallery, everywhere apart from the visitors' camp. There will be glum faces as they came so close, yet so far. Bangladesh merging. They wrap up the series with the series win. Of course, there should be a winning lap for this amazing, passionate crowd. They thoroughly deserve it. Despite this hot and humid conditions, they didn't bother about anything. They've come in numbers. They had the back of their team, and they're still chanting, supporting, and the players are just thanking the crowd for their immense love and support. What a series, what a game of cricket. This should remain as one of the memorable series took place in Rajshahi. There you go. Thanking the crowd for their love and support. The game had a lot of turns, lot of twists. The pendulum was swinging and swinging. With time, it has swung in favor of Bangladesh, then it swung the other way. But eventually, the final swing stayed in favor of the home side and the home crowd. Love you, Bangladesh. That's what they say. It's a rare sight as well. Not even the national team. It's just the emerging side. But they are getting this much of love, support. This is incredible. The security protocol officers are also having a long walk for ensuring the safety of the players, but I'm sure they're also enjoying it. The love of the home crowd, the passion they possess for the game. with those red and green flags. The skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 led the side from the front with the bat in hand, has been the top scorer in this series in terms of runs. Good support from 𝗃𝗃𝗃 as well, missed out the second game, however, a strong comeback from him. Big smile for the red and green men. The crowd must be elated, exuberant. So are the players. So this is the winning moment. A defense, a quick throw, a run out. Victory for Bangladesh emerging. Jishan Alam also joins the party. Wasn't able to play the last game due to the suspension. But despite all the celebration, this is how the batting summary looks like. 191 for 10 South Africa. George van Heerden had a good start. Mohakane is in form. Van Buren played a crucial knock. In the end, some fight back from Mokoena, but unfortunately for the visitors, that wasn't enough to wrap up with the triumph. Bowling card looks like this. 5 bowlers used by the skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Maruf Mritha went wicketless, but apart from him, all the bowlers picked up wickets. 4 wickets for Rakibul Hasan. Mahfuzur Rabbi picked up 2. 𝗂𝗎𝐶𝗵𝗂 Siddiqui picked up 2, was on a hat-trick as well. And a wicket for 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃. 5 extras from the Bangladesh emerging bowlers. Eventually, South Africa emerging were bundled out by 191. So it's time for the flash interview. Let's see what Shanu Rabbani is with.
Well, I've got Rakibul with me. He's played beautifully with the bat and with the ball, helping Bangladesh win the series. How does it feel, Rakibul?
Alhamdulillah. Contribution with the bat and with the ball, feeling good, and Alhamdulillah.
You know, when you were batting first and Bangladesh had lost all those wickets, what was going through your mind when you came on to bat?
Actually, I planned that watch the ball and play the ball, but we are planned to score 220 runs. Wicket was not that good to score 300 or 280, so we are playing according to the wicket. So we will manage it.
Your bowling today has been fantastic. The straighter one that goes through and beats the batters. You know, what's going through your mind when you're bowling in this sort of surface?
My plan was very simple: bowling wicket to wicket and vary the pace. And I think I did well today, and success come. Alhamdulillah.
Well, best of luck. Hopefully, a national team call-up is coming as well. And congrats on the series win.
Thank you.
That was Rakibul, but this is the highlights. It's been a roller coaster ride for both the teams. Good start for South Africa, but quick strike from Rakibul, who drew the first blood. Then some good shots from Van Heerden, and that was the second wicket. Good catch taken from Mahfizur Islam Robin. There was the paddle sweep, which was played beautifully. Some good stroke, straight down the ground, over the covers, and that was the first wicket for, in fact, the second wicket for Rakibul. 𝗂𝗎𝗃𝗃𝗃 Siddiqui was hit away for 4, but yes, back-to-back wickets for Rakibul and Rabbi. 𝗂𝗎𝗃𝗃𝗃 Siddiqui, that was his first wicket, and that was the second back-to-back wickets. He was on a hat-trick too. That was in the air, and Rabbi celebrated his second wicket. But after that, Van Buren decided to have a counter punch, some lusty blows from his pillow. Over the top to the covers, and that was the wicket, which was taken by 𝗃𝗵𝗶𝗃𝗍𝗂. And then a big 9th wicket partnership from the South Africa emerging batters. The bowlers, they were feeling slightly helpless. In one point, there was a close call which was given, and eventually the run out, which ensured the series victory for Bangladesh emerging. So this is what has transpired throughout the second innings, which ensured the triumph for the home side. The summary of the match: Bangladesh emerging won by 34 runs. So Bangladesh emerging batting first, posted 225, but South Africa emerging in reply, they were bundled out for 191. And eventually it's a victory for the home side by 34 runs. We are going for a short break. We will be right back with a post-match presentation.
George, hard luck today once again. You are heartbroken, but what a fantastic series we have witnessed.
Yeah, I think an awesome series from the get-go until now. I think been 3 awesome matches. It's been good that both teams have pushed each other so hard, and I think for us as a South African team, we've really learned a lot about playing in these conditions, and I think the next time we come here, we'll be a lot more prepped. But yeah, credit to Bangladesh. I think they played brilliant cricket throughout the 3 games.
You have started very well with the ball, picking up 8 wickets for 118. Do you think you have gave away too many runs at the end?
Yeah, I think it's always a challenge when you have a team at the neck and then you give away a couple of runs. But credit to 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 and the batters that came in at the back there. I think they really had their plans in place and whacked it at the end, similar to the first game where we made the same mistakes. But it's kind of, we had our plans in place and unfortunately it just didn't go our way today.
And what are the positives you want to take from this series?
For most of us, it's the first time that we've played in the subcontinent, for most of our players and coaching staff as well. So I think the lessons that we've learned will help us in the future when we come back here. I think batting in conditions and bowling in conditions as hot as this and as humid has been very tough for us. But I think it sets us in good stead for the next time that we come back.
Thank you so much, George, for talking to us, and all the best for longer version of the series.
Thank you very much.
That is George van Heerden, the South African emerging skipper. Now we have a couple of awards to give away. Firstly, the player of the match, and I think there should not be any reward allowed for guessing who will be the player of the match. Of course, once again, for Bangladesh emerging, it's Rakibul Hassan. A fantastic knock of 42 of 40 balls. And also his main job with the ball, 4 wickets for 26 runs. Rakibul, you were fantastic once again in the first game with the bat. Today, both with bat and ball. Which one is more important, more satisfying for you?
I think it was bowling, because the score we have in the board, we have to bowl well, especially the spinners, so we'll deliver that.
You were terrific today, and whenever your captain asked you to bowl and deliver a wicket, you did that.
Yes, my plan was very simple, bowl wicket to wicket and vary the pace, so I did well, that's why success come.
And when you went out there to bat, what was going through your mind?
Nothing, just see the ball and watch the ball. I know the ball back of lane to me, so I always ready for that.
Thank you so much, Rakibul, for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Rakibul Hassan, the player of the match. Yes, some posing for the cameras. And now, the big award. The player of the series. And who will have performed more than the captain fantastic of Bangladesh emerging team, the player of the series, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. 210 runs, including the solitary century in this innings from both of the teams. Akbar, what a series you have played. You must be very satisfied with the result.
Yeah, of course. Look, it was a fantastic series of cricket. Like this series could have been won by either side, like 3-0. So it was that intense. And it's very good to perform for each team. So it's always a good feeling.
And definitely kudos to the South African team as well. They have pushed you again and again. What really was going through your mind when the partnership was stitching up for them at the 8th wicket?
I think they played like brilliantly after losing 7 wickets. The way they batted with the tail, I think it's fantastic. So the idea was to, you know, we had like 70 to 80 runs, so we knew that we just need 2 wickets. So I was just telling my boys that whatever happened until the last end, we just need 2 wickets.
And tell us something about your own batting.
Yeah, like I'm working with my batting, and it's always good to when it paid off. So yeah, good feeling.
Thank you so much, Akbar, for talking to us, and all the best for the remainder of the series. So ladies and gentlemen, that was 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, the player of the series and the captain of Bangladesh emerging team. So that wraps up, which has been a fantastic series between these two fantastic sides. Congratulations once again to Bangladesh emerging team for winning it, and well played to South African emerging team for pushing it all the way. That's a wrap up from here, and back to the com box.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. The biggest occasion. Akbar Ali, please, I'm welcoming you again to take the trophy. Yes. No, thank you so much for talking to us. Yes, now the team can celebrate, and that's a wrap up for the final time. From here, back to the com box.
Right. So that was the post-match presentation. And the trophy has been handed over to the deserving side, Bangladesh emerging, the home side, winning the series. All smiles as they have clinched the series victory by 2-1. Started the series with the victory and then losing momentum in the second match. Almost won it, however, eventually lost, but that expected comeback in the third and the final one there. Jishan Alam missed the final game, 𝗃𝗶𝗃𝗄𝗏. It's time for some group photos as they stand together and posing for the photographers. The supporting staffs are also there. Nasir Ahmed Nasu, the team analyst, Mr. Tariq Ajij Khan, the fast bowling coach, the physio Muzaddad Sani, David Hemp, the batting coach. And there you go, the winners of South Africa Emerging Men's Tour of Bangladesh 2025 one-day series is none other than Bangladesh Emerging. Congratulations to the home side for clinching the victory. So thank you everyone for joining us. Hope you had a good series. Goodbye for now.